My son stopped the car in the middle of the desert just before noon. When I refused to sign the documents, he threw my bag onto the gravel, dropped 2 bottles of water at my feet, and laughed. "If you won't sign, find your own way home." My daughter-in-law sat silently in the passenger seat, refusing to meet my eyes. At 69, I stood alone on Highway 40, watching their SUV vanish into the scorching heat. They believed an old retired principal would panic and surrender. What they never imagined was that I had spent 3 months preparing for their betrayal. Welcome back to Dad's Revenge Stories. Before we dive in, leave a comment. Have you ever discovered something about someone you trusted that completely changed how you saw them? I read every comment, and your experiences help others feel less alone. Just a note, some details are fictionalized to highlight the lesson. What matters most is the message it carries. At 69, I sat alone in my Pasadena kitchen, before dawn reading my dead wife's instructions for the 7th time that year, unaware this would be the last morning I'd trust my only son. The coffee maker hissed in the darkness. I reached for Joyce's blue ceramic mug, the one with the chipped handle she'd refused to replace for 20 years, and poured carefully. 5 years she'd been gone. 5 years of this ritual in the kitchen we'd remodeled together back when my knees still cooperated and she still laughed at my jokes. I opened the drawer beside the sink. The quarter-folded paper sat where I always kept it, creased soft from handling. Joyce's handwriting hadn't faded, precise cursive in blue ink. Things you need to remember when I'm gone. 7 items. 7 instructions from a woman who'd built a $42 million construction empire beside me, 1 lumber order and 1 honest invoice at a time. I unfolded it. Number 1. Pay Vernon first always. Vernon Hewitt, my operations manager for 22 years. Numbers 2 through 6, practical wisdom about property, legal structures. The business she called our 3rd child. Number 7 stopped me like it always did. Don't let love blind you to the truth. I folded the paper and slipped it into my shirt pocket. Joyce had written this 3 weeks before the cancer took her. 3 weeks when she knew things I didn't, saw patterns I'd missed. She'd always been sharper, better with numbers, better with people, better at seeing what someone was hiding behind their smile. I whispered to the empty chair across from me. 5 years, Joyce. Still feels like 5 minutes. The coffee tasted like every morning since she left, necessary, not comforting. I stood at the window watching streetlights flicker against the morning mist, thinking about the anniversary trip Boyd had planned. Our 47th wedding anniversary would have been today. Joyce rested at Desert Memorial Park in Barstow, 3 hours east through the Mojave. Boyd had suggested we drive out together, visit her grave. I'd thought it was a kind gesture, but Joyce's number 7 whispered in my pocket. The doorbell shattered the quiet. Too early, too eager, too calculated. 5:45 a.m. Boyd was 20 minutes early. My son, who'd been habitually late his entire adult life, late to family dinners, late to business meetings, late to his own mother's funeral. But today, he'd arrived before sunrise. I opened the door. Boyd Garrison stood on my porch at 41 years old, dressed in pressed khakis and a polo shirt. His smile was too wide, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. "Morning, Dad," he said, voice bright. "Ready for today?" The gray sedan in my driveway caught my attention, not his usual black BMW. "Car trouble?" I asked. Boyd's smile flickered. "BMW's in the shop. Routine maintenance." I walked past him toward the driveway. The morning air carried jasmine from the neighbor's fence and the faint petroleum tang of the nearby freeway. The sedan was a late-model Nissan Altima gray and anonymous. I circled to the rear bumper. Enterprise Rent-A-Car. The small sticker sat in the lower corner of the back windshield. 40 years reading blueprints and job sites had taught me that details matter. Enterprise doing BMW maintenance now. I kept my voice neutral. "Loaner car," Boyd said quickly. "Dealer program." I glanced through the rear window. A black leather briefcase sat on the back seat, partially covered by a jacket. The jacket had slipped just enough to reveal two words embossed in gold lettering. Legal documents. My son, who'd called 3 weeks ago, suggesting this trip. My son, who'd left the family business 8 years ago to marry Marlene, a financial analyst. My son, who'd been distant, polite, dutiful, in the carefully measured way of someone fulfilling obligations rather than maintaining relationships. This son had rented a car instead of using his own, had arrived 20 minutes early instead of 20 minutes late, had brought a briefcase to visit his mother's grave. A lifetime in construction teaches you to read people, the ones who smile while reaching for your wallet, the ones who use family words while planning betrayal. Boyd opened the passenger door, his smile returning wider now. Ready, Dad. Today I want to hear all about the first day you met Mom. You never tell that story anymore. He hadn't asked about that story once in 5 years. Not at holidays, not at family dinners, not during the brief, uncomfortable phone calls every few months. But today, on our anniversary with a rental car and legal documents hidden under a jacket, my son wanted to talk about Joyce. I touched the folded paper in my shirt pocket. Joyce's number 7 pressed against my ribs like a warning. Don't let love blind you to the truth. I looked at my son's too bright smile, at the briefcase he thought I hadn't noticed at the rental car, chosen to avoid tracking. And I climbed into the passenger seat anyway, because I'd known for 3 months exactly what Boyd was planning. I'd hired investigators, reviewed documents, traced money. I knew about the power of attorney paperwork in that briefcase, about the plan to have me declared incompetent, about the scheme he'd built with his wife Marlene to liquidate everything Joyce and I had built. I knew, but Boyd didn't know I knew, and that made all the difference. The engine started. Boyd pulled onto the street, still smiling that rehearsed smile. The briefcase shifted in the back seat as we turned toward the freeway. So, Dad, Boyd said, voice warm with false nostalgia, tell me about the day you met Mom. I want to hear everything. I settled into the passenger seat and began the story he'd never cared about before, watching his hands on the steering wheel, counting the miles, until he'd show me what he'd really brought me out here to see. Joyce's list rustled against my chest with every breath. 3 hours to Barstow. 3 hours until my son discovered that the father he thought was a foolish old man had been 3 months ahead of him all along. The rental car smelled wrong, too clean, too neutral, scrubbed of any history. And as we merged onto the I-10 East with the sun breaking over Los Angeles, I understood my son had chosen a vehicle with no digital trail. Boyd adjusted the air conditioning, cleared his throat, smiled that rehearsed smile. So, Dad, tell me about the day you bought the first Pasadena branch. Mom always said that was when everything changed. I turned my head slightly, watching his profile against the morning light flooding through the windshield. His fingers drummed against the steering wheel, index, middle ring, pinky repeat. The same nervous rhythm from childhood, the same tell before every exam he hadn't studied for every lie he'd practiced in the mirror. Your mother never talked about business at home, Boyd, I said quietly. She talked about people. He blinked twice, caught. Right. Yeah, I meant the people, the employees, how you built the team. I let the silence sit between us for a moment, watching the suburbs thin into industrial parks, then scrub brush. Vernon was the first hire, 2001. He was working demo for a competitor, showed up on a job site in Fontana to tear down a warehouse we'd just framed. I offered him triple to switch sides. Triple, Boyd repeated, eyes not quite focusing on the road. That's good business. That's recognizing value when you see it. I kept my voice even, conversational. Your mother taught me that. She could look at a balance sheet and tell you which numbers mattered and which ones were just noise. Boyd nodded, fingers still tapping. She was smart. She was. The highway stretched ahead, empty and straight. We passed Pomona, then the turnoff for Ontario. The city gave way completely now, nothing but beige hills and the occasional cluster of industrial buildings squatting in the heat. Boyd's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror every 30 seconds. No one was following us. No one knew we were here, exactly as he'd planned. "Tell me about the early days," Boyd said, voice artificially bright again. "When you and Mom were just starting out, what was Pasadena like back then?" I'd lived in Pasadena for 43 years. Boyd had grown up there, gone to school, there learned to drive on those streets. He'd never once asked what the city was like before he was born. "Different," I said. "Cheaper. We bought the house for $82,000 in 1980. 3 bedrooms needed work. Your mother picked the paint colors while I replumbed the bathrooms." "82,000, Boyd said. "That's incredible. How many times had I watched those fingers tap before a lie?" We crossed into San Bernardino County. The scrub brush grew sparse, the earth turning from brown to bleached tan. Heat shimmered off the asphalt ahead, making the horizon waver. Boyd's phone sat face up in the cup holder screen dark. Until it wasn't. The screen lit up. "Marlene." The name glowed for 3 seconds before Boyd snatched the phone, flipped it face down. His fingers went still on the wheel. 30 seconds later, it buzzed again. Boyd glanced at me. I let my eyes drift closed, settling my head against the window, breathing slow and steady. The posture of an old man dozing on a long drive, lulled by highway rhythm and morning warmth. I heard him exhale. Heard the soft tap as he pressed the Bluetooth button on the steering wheel. "Yeah," Boyd whispered. Marlene Garrison's voice filled the car, sharp and urgent through the speakers. I'd met her exactly 7 times in 8 years of marriage to my son, polished professional, 38 years old, with the kind of smile that calculated profit margins while shaking your hand. "You have to make him sign before you come back," Marlene said. No greeting, no warmth. "Kingsley is calling every single day." "I know," Boyd said, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm working on it." "Working on it isn't good enough. We owe him $800,000. End of month, Boyd. That's 18 days. $800,000. I kept my breathing steady, eyes closed, every muscle relaxed. "He keeps asking about the paperwork," Boyd said. "Who cares what he asks?" Marlene's voice could have cut glass. "The POA gives us the right to sign on his behalf. We don't need his permission. We need his signature on the updated documents, so everything looks clean. What if he asks questions? He won't. He's 70 years old and still mourning his dead wife. He doesn't understand how any of this works. Just get him emotional at the cemetery, hand him the papers, tell him it's routine estate planning." Boyd's fingers found the wheel again. Tap, tap, tap. "And if he refuses, he won't refuse. You're his son. He trusts you." A pause. Static crackle through the speakers. "He doesn't need to know the details. Just get his signature on the updated documents. Once we have that, we can execute the warehouse sale, clear the Kingsley debt, and restructure everything before he even knows what happened." "Okay," Boyd said. "Okay, I'll call you after." "Don't call, text." And Boyd, "What?" "Make sure he signs every page. Kingsley won't accept anything incomplete." The line went dead. Boyd sat rigid for 10 seconds, then glanced at me again. I kept my eyes closed, kept my breathing even. He exhaled slowly and turned the music up, soft jazz meant to soothe, meant to disguise what I'd just heard. I opened my eyes, staring straight ahead at the horizon, where nothing existed but sand and blistering heat. The dashboard thermometer read 94 degrees and climbing. Outside, the desert stretched endless and indifferent. I'd known this was coming for 3 months. Every phone call Clyde recorded, every document Vernon flagged, every late-night strategy session with Martin Ashford in his San Marino office. I'd known about the Kingsley debt, about the forged warehouse lease, about the POA paperwork Boyd carried in that briefcase. But knowing and hearing are different species of pain. Knowing is abstract numbers on paper, legal theories, hypothetical betrayals. Hearing my son's voice agree to it. Hearing my daughter-in-law orchestrate it with surgical precision. Hearing them discuss me like I was already dead and buried next to Joyce that carved something out of my chest that 3 months of investigation hadn't touched. The green highway sign appeared ahead, Desert Memorial Park, 2 miles. Boyd's fingers went still on the wheel. I closed my eyes again, let him think I was sleeping. Let him believe his father was a foolish old man who trusted his only son. 2 miles until he'd ask me to sign. 2 miles until I'd show him exactly how foolish I wasn't. The cemetery entrance appeared like a mirage through the heat. Shimmer low shrubs, white sand faded, plastic flowers baking in 94-degree sun, and Boyd pulled to the shoulder 50 feet before the gates. He didn't shift into park. Just sat there, hands on the wheel, staring at the wrought iron arch that marked Desert Memorial Park. "Before we go in," Boyd said, reaching for the black leather briefcase, "I need you to sign something." I watched him extract a thick stack of documents clipped together. Professional, expensive-looking paperwork. "What is it?" I asked. "Just a routine POA update." He slid the stack across the console. "Power of attorney. Allows me to manage the properties more flexibly. Estate planning. Vernon mentioned you should have this in place." Vernon had mentioned no such thing. Vernon Hewitt, who'd flagged the first anomaly 3 months ago, who'd been helping me document every irregularity since April. I took the papers. Page 1 looked standard legal boilerplate, my name spelled correctly. Page 2, standard language about medical decisions. Page 3 stopped me cold. Absolute unrestricted power of attorney. Rights to sell real estate without notice, transfer shares without consent. Withdraw cash without limits. The kind that makes a man invisible in his own financial life. I looked at my son. "The warehouse lease agreement," I said quietly. "Back in January, the Fontana property. My signature is on it, but I never signed it." Boyd's fingers found the steering wheel. Tap, tap, tap. 3 seconds of silence. Only the engine's idle and dry wind scraping sand against the doors. "You shouldn't be handling finances anymore, Dad." Boyd's voice had lost its warmth. "You're getting old. You forget things. I'm just protecting you." "I don't forget," I said. "I remember every document I sign. 40 years in business teaches you that. And I never signed that warehouse lease." "You did. In January. We discussed it. We discussed the option. We never discussed execution, but somehow my signature appeared anyway." I tapped the POA papers. "This is what you used, isn't it? You forged my name in January to test whether anyone was watching. When nobody challenged it, you decided to go bigger." Boyd stared at the cemetery gates. Sweat ran down his temple despite the air conditioning. "How does a man forge his own father's name on legal documents and still sleep at night?" "Sign the papers, Dad," Boyd said, voice flat. "Sign them and we'll go see Mom's grave." I folded the documents and placed them on the dashboard. "No." Boyd's jaw tightened. His fingers went still. For a moment I thought he might drive away, leave me in the desert heat. Instead, he opened his door. "Fine, let's get this over with." The heat hit like a physical thing, dry, invasive baking moisture from skin before you notice. The cemetery stretched before us, maybe 200 graves scattered across bleached earth. No grass, no trees, just white sand studded with gray and pink granite headstones. Joyce's was in the 3rd row. Simple gray granite with her name, her dates, and the inscription she'd chosen. She built things that last. I knelt on the sand, feeling heat seep through my pants, burning my knees. The stone was warm to touch. I'd brought nothing, no flowers, no offerings. Just myself and the weight of knowing what our son had become. 5 years, I whispered. 5 years, and I still don't know how to do this without you. Boyd stood behind me, not kneeling. I heard his phone buzz, heard him typing, heard him sigh. I placed my palm against Joyce's name, tracing the engraved letters. She'd built things that last. The business, the house, our life together. The son standing behind me, checking his phone while his mother's bones rested 6 feet below. The silence stretched. 1 minute. 2. The sun climbed higher. "Are you done yet, Dad?" Boyd's voice carried pure exasperation. "It's burning up out here." I looked at the inscription. She built things that last. then back at my son Joyce's son, the woman who'd loved him unconditionally, who'd sat up with him through colic and heartbreak, who'd mortgaged our house twice so he'd have something to inherit. Joyce's son, the woman who built everything with love, and this is what she built. What would your mother say? I asked quietly, if she saw what you're doing. Boyd shoved his phone into his pocket. Something flickered across his face, not guilt, not shame, but irritation, at being delayed, at being questioned, at having to stand in 100-degree heat pretending to mourn. Mom is dead, Dad. 4 words. Flat. Final. Devoid of grief or reverence or basic human decency. He turned toward the car, footsteps crunching on sand, leaving me kneeling beside the woman who had loved him unconditionally for 41 years. I stayed another minute, palm pressed against warm granite, reading her inscription one more time. She built things that last, but some things don't last. Some things rot from the inside, no matter how carefully you build them, no matter how much love you pour into the foundation. I stood slowly, knees protesting, and turned toward the rental car, where my son sat in the driver's seat. Engine running, air conditioning, blasting eyes on his phone instead of his mother's grave. The unsigned POA papers sat on the dashboard like a gauntlet thrown. I climbed into the passenger seat. Boyd didn't look at me. "Let's go," he said. The argument that had been simmering since the cemetery gates was about to explode in the suffocating heat of that rental car. Boyd pulled onto the highway, accelerating hard. The cemetery disappeared in the rearview mirror. He drove in silence for 2 miles, jaw-clenched, fingers tight on the wheel. Then he pulled onto a dirt access road I hadn't noticed, unmarked, barely visible, leading away from the highway, into nothing but sand and scrub brush. "Where are we going?" I asked. Boyd didn't answer. He drove another 1/4 mile until the highway disappeared behind us, until we were surrounded by nothing but desert stretching to the horizon in every direction. Then he stopped the car, shifted into park, turned to face me, and I saw in his eyes that the performance was over. The car swerved violently as we pulled back onto Highway 40, and I knew the pretense was over. Boyd's hands were shaking on the wheel, his jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. He accelerated too fast, gravel spraying from the tires. The speedometer climbed past 70, past 80. The desert blurred outside my window, nothing but sand and scrub brush and heat shimmer, making the horizon waver like water. The air conditioning blasted cold air between us, but the temperature inside the car had nothing to do with thermostats. "You let cash sit idle," Boyd said, voice tight. "You let millions just sit there while I'm drowning." I kept my eyes forward. "Tell me about Dexter Kingsley." The car jerked. Boyd's foot slipped on the accelerator. "What?" "Dexter Kingsley," I repeated calmly. "Nevada real estate, $800,000. Boyd's knuckles went white on the wheel. The color drained from his face. For 3 seconds, the only sound was the engine and the hum of tires on asphalt. "How long have you known?" His voice cracked on the last word. I didn't answer. "In my mind, since April 16th. 3 months. Every phone call recorded, every document flagged, every move you made I watched. But today I need you to finish what you started." Boyd's phone sat mounted on the dashboard. I could see the screen from my angle. Offline maps downloaded bright blue route, highlighted no cell service indicators. He'd planned this drive. This exact stretch of highway where coverage dies. "You don't understand anything about money," Boyd said, voice rising. "You sit on properties worth millions and you won't leverage them. You won't borrow against them. You just let them sit there like you're some kind of what?" I asked quietly. "Some kind of Depression-era hoarder who doesn't understand how modern finance works." The speedometer hit 85. The desert stretched endless on both sides. "Marlene and I, Boyd continued, words tumbling faster now. "We had a plan. Real estate development. Kingsley was going to partner with us. We put down earnest money." "My earnest money," I said. "You weren't using it. The warehouse lease freed up capital we needed." "The warehouse lease I never signed." "You would have signed it if you understood the opportunity." I watched my son's face contort with rationalization, with desperate belief in his own narrative. This was a man who'd convinced himself that theft was actually prudent financial planning. How long does it take to plan your father's death in the desert? A day, a week, 3 months? The deal fell through, Boyd said, voice quieter now. Kingsley wants his money back. End of month. If we don't pay, you'll lose everything, I finished. We'll lose everything. I let that sit between us. The pronoun he'd chosen. We. As if his gambling on Nevada real estate with stolen funds had somehow bound our fates together. The car slowed. Boyd's eyes scanned the roadside, searching for something specific. Mile marker 57 appeared ahead. Boyd yanked the steering wheel right. Gravel crunched under the tires as we pulled onto the shoulder. He shifted into park, but left the engine running. Get out, he said. I looked at him. At my son. At the boy Joyce had held in the hospital 41 years ago, the boy we'd taught to ride a bike and tie his shoes and treat people with basic human decency. Boyd, get out of the car, Dad. His voice was ice, colder than I'd ever heard it, colder than the air conditioning blasting between us. I opened the door. The heat hit me like walking into a furnace dry, suffocating 108 degrees of Mojave summer at 11 a.m. Under my feet, the gravel radiated stored heat. Boyd popped the trunk, walked around, pulled out my small overnight bag, and threw it onto the dirt shoulder. Then he reached into the back seat and extracted 2 plastic water bottles, the cheap kind from gas stations, 99 cents each, with condensation already evaporating in the heat. He tossed them at my feet like afterthoughts. From his wallet he pulled a single $5 bill, held it out. When you're ready to sign, Boyd said, call me. I took the bill, looked at the water bottles on the ground, at the gas station price stickers still visible on the plastic. You bought these before we left Pasadena, I said quietly. This morning, before you picked me up. Boyd's jaw worked. He didn't deny it. I slid the $5 into my pocket. How long have you been planning this exact moment, Boyd? How many times did you drive this route? Did you time it? Did you check the weather forecast? Did you calculate how long a 69-year-old man could survive in this heat with 2 bottles of water? Sign the papers, Boyd said, and I'll turn around. Refuse and you can walk to Barstow. 19 miles. Cell service picks up around mile 12. You'll figure it out. He climbed back into the car, shifted into drive. I stood on that burning gravel and watched my son look at me through the passenger window. Not with guilt, not with fear, but with cold calculation. The look of a man who'd run the numbers and decided his father's life was worth less than clearing a debt. The rental car pulled away, accelerated, disappeared into heat shimmer. I picked up the water bottles. Both were already warm to the touch. I picked up my overnight bag. The gravel burned through my shoes. This is a place where I could die. 69 years old, 108 degrees, 2 bottles of water. And my son knew it. The highway stretched before me empty, shimmering, endless. To my left, scrub brush and sand. To my right, more of the same. Behind me, nothing but the direction Boyd had driven. Ahead, Barstow, 19 miles. I turned my face toward that distant city and began to walk, not because I wasn't afraid, but because I knew Clyde Barton's Peterbilt semi was positioned exactly 400 meters behind me, camera running, recording every second of my son's felony, 1 foot in front of the other, 1 mile at a time. 3 miles ahead, I would hear the deep rumble of an 18-wheeler's engine. I'd been walking for maybe an hour when the first real fear arrived. Not the abstract knowledge that I could die out here, but the physical certainty of it in my cracked lips, my pounding heart, the way my vision had started to narrow at the edges. 1 foot in front of the other, the asphalt shimmered ahead, endless and cruel. My shirt was soaked through with sweat that evaporated almost immediately in the desert air. The first water bottle was half empty. I'd been careful with its small sips every 100 yards, but the heat stole moisture faster than I could replace it. My lips had cracked. I could taste blood when I ran my tongue across them. 69 years old, heart pounding against my ribs like something trying to escape. vision starting to tunnel peripheral darkness creeping in at the edges, the way it does when blood pressure drops or the brain starts rationing oxygen. But my mind stayed strangely calm, almost detached, counting steps, calculating distances. Every 100 yards I thought the same thing. This is what my son sentenced me to. This is evidence. This is the price of proof. The heat wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't some poetic description of emotional suffering. It was a physical weight pressing down on my skull, baking thought. Slow, making each step require conscious decision. Left foot, right foot. Don't stop. The desert stretched infinite on both sides. Scrub brush, sand. No shade, no shelter. Nothing but bleached earth and sky so blue it hurt to look at. I checked my watch. 11:32. I'd been walking 45 minutes. 3 miles, maybe. Perhaps less. Hard to judge when every step feels like wading through concrete. The second water bottle sat in my bag, still sealed. I needed to pace it. 19 miles to Barstow. Even if I rationed perfectly, 2 bottles wouldn't be enough. The math was simple and unforgiving. But I wasn't walking 19 miles. I was walking 3. The rumble of an 18-wheeler's engine cut through the silence like an answer to a prayer I hadn't spoken aloud. I turned. The massive Peterbilt semi appeared through the heat shimmer, growing larger as it approached. Red cab. Chrome grille catching sunlight. The kind of rig that hauls cross-country thousands of miles on identical highways. It slowed. Air brakes hissed. The truck pulled onto the shoulder maybe 50 feet ahead of me and stopped. The driver's door opened. A man climbed down from the cab, weathered mid-50s with the kind of face that comes from too many years on the road. Work boots hit the gravel. He wore jeans and a faded gray t-shirt, sunglasses hanging from his collar. "Mr. Garrison," he said, walking toward me. "Clyde Barton. I've been working for you for 3 months." I stopped walking. My legs were shaking. The relief hit me like a physical thing, not just rescue, but vindication. Proof, witness, everything I'd planned for since April. "Does my son know you?" My voice came out raspy, throat raw from heat and exertion. Clyde Barton, 54, and weathered like highway asphalt, shook his head. "He thinks I'm just a regular trucker. I faked a breakdown twice along this route over the last 3 months, just so he'd get used to seeing my truck around without getting suspicious." He handed me a water bottle, ice-cold condensation beating on the plastic. I drank half of it in 3 swallows. The cold hurt going down. "Former LAPD," Clyde continued. 15 years detective, 10 years private. Martin Ashford hired me in April. Said you needed surveillance that wouldn't spook your target. He gestured toward the truck. "Come on, air conditioning, and I need to show you something." I followed him to this cab. The interior was immaculate black coffee and the cup holder laptop, mounted on the dash, everything organized with military precision. The air conditioning blasted cold enough to make me shiver after the desert heat. Clyde settled into the driver's seat and opened the laptop. His fingers moved across the keyboard. A video player appeared on screen. "Wide-angle camera," he said, pointing to the truck's grille, concealed in the chrome. "Captured everything at mile marker 57. He pressed play. The footage was crystal clear. Boyd's rental car pulling to the shoulder. The passenger door opening. Me stepping out. Boyd throwing my bag onto the dirt. The 2 water bottles tossed like garbage. The $5 bill held out like an insult. Boyd's mouth moving. "When you're ready to sign, call me." The car pulling away. Me standing alone on the gravel, growing smaller as Boyd accelerated into the distance. Clyde clicked to a second file. "Mini drone," he explained. "I launched it when you left the cemetery. Aerial view. This footage showed the entire scene from above. The rental car, me standing on the shoulder, and 400 meters back, Clyde's Peterbilt semi positioned like a guardian angel. Perfect witness distance. Close enough to intervene if necessary, far enough to remain undetected. "Martin Ashford is waiting for your call." Clyde said, handing me a burner phone. And I've recorded everything since mile marker 57. Time-stamped, geotagged, backed up to 3 separate cloud servers. I stared at the laptop screen, at my son's face frozen in the frame, mouth open, mid-sentence, ordering his father out of the car to die. Joyce taught me this early: never act on anger. Act when you have enough evidence. Is the footage enough? I asked. Clyde's expression didn't change. Felony elder abandonment. Maximum of 4 years plus financial abuse charges when we factor in the forged warehouse lease and the POA scheme. Add in Marlene's involvement and this becomes conspiracy. He closed the laptop. The cab fell quiet except for the air conditioning and the distant sound of highway traffic. We just need you to decide how far you want to take this. The question hung in the air-conditioned cab, mixing with the scent of diesel and coffee. How far was I willing to go against my own son, criminal prosecution, prison time, destroying his life the way he'd tried to destroy mine? I thought of Joyce's grave, of the inscription she'd chosen: she built things that last. I thought of Boyd standing over her headstone, impatient, checking his phone, saying those 4 words, "Mom is dead, Dad." I thought of the way he'd looked at me through the car window at mile marker 57, not with guilt or fear, but with cold calculation. All the way, I said quietly. I want to take this all the way. Clyde clicked through the footage with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd spent 20 years presenting evidence to juries. First, the truck grill camera, then the drone view, then the audio isolated and amplified until my son's voice filled the cab with perfect damning clarity. "Wide-angle lens," Clyde said, pointing at the screen. "Concealed in the chrome grille. Watch." Clyde pressed play. I watched myself climb out of that rental car, a 69-year-old man stepping into 108-degree heat because his son ordered him to. The wide-angle lens had captured Boyd's face clearly. No ambiguity, no room for interpretation. The timestamp burned in the corner. 11:02 a.m. GPS coordinates locked to Highway 40 mile marker 57. Temperature 108 degrees Fahrenheit. Clyde isolated the audio. Boyd's voice, 3 words. "When you're ready to sign, call me." Then the car pulling away. Then nothing but desert. "Second angle," Clyde said, opening another file. The drone footage played. Aerial view from maybe 200 feet up, showing the entire scene from above. Boyd's rental car. Me standing on the shoulder. The car pulling away, accelerating, disappearing toward Pasadena. And 400 meters back, exactly measured in the overlay, Clyde's Peterbilt semi, positioned like a chess piece. "You flew that drone parallel without him noticing?" I asked. "Launched it from the truck bed when you left the cemetery. Programmed flight path, autonomous tracking. I was monitoring from the cab, but didn't need to pilot manually." He closed the laptop. "The geometry matters. 400 meters puts me close enough to intervene if you'd actually been in danger, far enough that your son never checked his mirrors and saw me sitting there. That's surveillance, not coincidence." I stared at the closed laptop, at the evidence contained inside it. 40 years in construction taught me to recognize good work when I saw it. "Where do we go from here?" I asked. Clyde started the engine. "I drive you to Barstow Greyhound Station. You buy a ticket in cash, no digital trail, and take the bus back to LA. Vernon Hewitt knows you're alive. Martin Ashford knows you're alive. Nobody else. Especially not your son." "Boyd will call Vernon," I said. "He'll check whether I've contacted anyone." "Let him check." Clyde pulled onto the highway heading toward Barstow. "Vernon knows what to say." The bus station smelled like every transition I'd ever made: diesel fuel, stale coffee, and the particular loneliness of choosing to walk away from what you can't fix. Clyde handed me $60 in cash. "Round trip Barstow to LA, 3.5 hours. Gets you to the terminal just after sunset." I took the bills. "Thank you." "Thank Martin Ashford," Clyde said. "He's the one who hired me. I'm just the camera." The Greyhound bus was half empty when it pulled out at 2 p.m. I sat in the back row window seat, watching the desert scroll past, as the highway climbed toward the Tehachapi Mountains. I reached into my shirt pocket and pulled out Joyce's list. The same quarter-folded paper from that morning's coffee ritual. The same handwriting in blue ink. 7 items on the front. 7 instructions from a woman who'd seen patterns I'd missed. I flipped it over. The back was blank. I borrowed a pen from the seat pocket in front of me and began writing in careful block letters. Martin Ashford, revoke POA, establish irrevocable trust legal firewall. Vernon Hewitt, 18-month financial audit, asset documentation, timeline reconstruction. Clyde Barton, video evidence, drone footage, GPS verification, audio isolation. Each name connected to specific actions. Each action connected to specific assets. The 3-month strategy I'd been building since April 16th, now complete with its final piece of evidence. Every name, every asset, every required step. 40 years in business taught me never act on anger. Act when you have evidence. The bus climbed into the mountains. The temperature dropped. The desert gave way to brown hills, then to the outskirts of Los Angeles, sprawling toward the horizon. My phone buzzed. Text from Vernon Hewitt. He just called me. Asked if his dad had reached out. I told him no. I typed back, what did he say? 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Vernon. Asked if you'd called the office. Asked if you'd contacted Martin. I said no to everything. Told him I hadn't heard from you since yesterday. Another pause. Vernon. But you need to know he didn't sound worried. He's tracking whether you've made it back yet. I looked at the phone screen. At Vernon's words. My son wasn't wondering if I was safe. He was calculating whether I'd broken yet. The bus descended into the LA basin as the sun touched the western horizon. Orange light painted the downtown skyline. The familiar sprawl of the city I'd lived in for 43 years stretched in every direction. I looked down at Joyce's list. Her handwriting on one side, mine on the other. Her instructions about love and truth, my battle plan about evidence and justice. Item 7 on her side, don't let love blind you to the truth. 3 names on my side, Martin, Vernon, Clyde. The bus pulled into the terminal just after sunset. Passengers gathered their bags, shuffled toward the exit. I stayed in my seat, watching the city lights come on through the window. My phone buzzed again. Vernon. He didn't sound worried. He's tracking whether you've made it back yet. I folded Joyce's list and slipped it back into my shirt pocket. My son hadn't called to check if I was safe. He'd called to calculate whether the desert had done its work, whether his father had died on that highway, or broken enough to sign whatever Boyd put in front of him. I stood, collected my overnight bag, walked off the bus into the warm Los Angeles evening. It was time to call Martin Ashford and set the machinery of justice into motion. Martin Ashford's home office felt like a war room. At 8 o'clock Saturday night, law books lining the walls, Clyde's video evidence queued on the laptop, Vernon's financial files, stacked in neat columns, and 2 old men who'd spent 4 decades building things preparing to tear one down. Martin Ashford, 72, with silver hair and the measured calm of 48 years practicing estate law, sat across from me in the study where we'd planned Joyce's will 5 years ago. Now we were planning to dismantle her son's life. 5 layers, Martin said, spreading documents across his mahogany desk. Each one reinforces the others. Each one creates a paper trail that becomes evidence. He placed the first document in front of me. Layer 1, we revoke the POA immediately. Notarized Monday morning, dispatched to 7 financial institutions via certified mail fax and encrypted email simultaneously. How long until they process it? I asked. Martin's expression didn't change. 8 business days, maybe 9. Legacy banking systems don't update instantly. Some still require manual entry, so Boyd can still access everything for 8 days. Yes, Martin tapped the POA document, but every transaction he makes during that window becomes indelible digital evidence of intent. We're not just cutting him off, we're letting him hang himself with his own greed. Layer 2, a thick folder labeled Irrevocable Trust. We established this in Joyce's name. transfers primary assets beyond reach of any POA legitimate or forged, takes effect the moment we file. Layer 3 Adult Protective Services Report. This triggers mandatory state investigation. They're required by law to initiate an investigation promptly within 24 hours for emergency cases with documented physical danger. Layer 4 District Attorney Referral. Criminal prosecution for felony elder abandonment. Clyde's footage gives them everything they need. Layer 5 Share Protection Documentation. You still own controlling shares in Garrison Contracting. We execute board approval from remaining shareholders to block any sale attempts. Boyd can't liquidate what he doesn't control. I studied the timeline Martin had drawn. 7 financial institutions, 8 days minimum, 9 if we were unlucky. He could drain accounts during that window, I said. Martin nodded. He could try, but every withdrawal, every transfer, every swipe of a card creates digital evidence stamped with date and time. The more he takes while we're actively revoking his authority, the deeper he digs his own grave. 40 years of teaching consequences to teenagers never prepared me for this teaching the same lesson to my own son. When do we start? I asked. Martin checked his watch. Monday morning, 9 a.m. Vernon meets us at my office with the financial documentation. We'll need his testimony about the irregularities he's been tracking. How long has Vernon known? 18 months, Martin said quietly. He'll explain tomorrow. Sunday morning arrived with the kind of clarity that comes after sleepless nights. I sat in Martin's conference room, different from his home office, this one all glass and chrome in a building that smelled like filtered air and expensive carpet. Vernon Hewitt walked in at 9:30 carrying a leather portfolio that looked like it weighed 20 pounds. Vernon Hewitt, 58, with bloodshot eyes and the posture of a man who'd been carrying a secret too long, set the portfolio on the conference table and looked at me with something between apology and relief. I didn't dare tell you earlier, Lyle, Vernon said, voice shaking slightly. He had someone watching me for 3 weeks. A man in a gray sedan parked across from my house. Same car outside the Pasadena branch. I knew if I spoke up too soon, he'd wipe the digital trail. Martin opened the portfolio. USB drives, printed spreadsheets, bank statements with yellow highlighter marking specific transactions. Walk us through it, Martin said. Vernon took a breath. 4 major unauthorized transactions, all executed using the POA he had you sign 2 years ago for medical emergencies. He laid out the first document. January. Warehouse lease for the Fontana facility. Market value rental should be $12,000 monthly. Boyd signed a lease at $7,000 to an LLC registered to Marlene. Your signature on the contract, but you never signed it. Martin examined the document. Forgery. 6 months before the desert. This was premeditated from the start. Vernon placed the second set of documents on the table. 3 separate cash withdrawals from the joint business account. February, April, June. Totaling $340,000. All authorized via POA, all withdrawn as operational expenses that never appeared in operational ledgers. Third document. Ghost maintenance contract. $280,000 paid over 4 months to a vendor that doesn't exist. Invoices fabricated. Services never rendered. Money transferred to an account I traced to a shell company in Nevada. Nevada, I said quietly. Dexter Kingsley. Vernon nodded. The debt he mentioned on the phone. He was paying Kingsley with your money, trying to cover a failed real estate investment. Martin was writing notes in rapid shorthand. Total. Vernon laid out the final tally, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. $1.2 million, already gone. This isn't a plan, Lyle. This is a completed crime. $1.2 million. The number sat in my chest like a stone. Martin set his pen down with the deliberate precision of a man delivering a verdict. 1.2 million combined with the elder abandonment footage. This is no longer a civil dispute, Lyle. This is a criminal jacket. Felony financial abuse. Felony elder abandonment. The question is, how far do you want to push this? I looked at the files spread across the table. My son's crimes documented in Vernon's handwriting, captured in Clyde's footage, itemized in 18 months of theft. Before I could answer, Martin's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. Clyde. He says he has something on Marlene we need to see. Clyde arrived at Martin's office Sunday afternoon, carrying a manila folder marked Confidential Subject, Marlene Lockwood Garrison, and the expression of a detective who'd just uncovered something that changed the entire case. He spread the contents across Martin's desk without preamble. Background check reports, employment records, SEC inquiry documents stamped with official seals. Birth name Serena Whitmore, Clyde said, tapping the first page. 38 years old. Worked at Goldman Sachs from 2015 to 2019. I leaned forward. Marlene worked at Goldman. She did. Until she was quietly terminated following an internal probe regarding unauthorized trading on client accounts. Clyde slid the termination letter across the desk. No criminal charges filed due to insufficient evidence. But the SEC opened a preliminary inquiry. Martin picked up the SEC document, reading through wire-rimmed glasses. They closed it. Same reason, insufficient evidence. She knew exactly how far to push without crossing into prosecutable territory. Legal name change. Clyde continued, producing a court filing dated 8 years ago, filed 1 week after her wedding to Boyd. Serena Whitmore became Marlene Garrison. Complete digital footprint erasure. If you search for Serena Whitmore in any public database, now you get minimal hits. She buried her past. How did you find this? I asked. Clyde's expression was grim. Fingerprint database. She applied to a small boutique bank in 2020 after Goldman, before whatever she's doing now. They required prints for the background check. The record stuck in the system. Once I had the prints, everything else unraveled. Martin set down the SEC document. She's a professional. She's a predator, Clyde corrected. This isn't her first time. The Goldman termination, the SEC inquiry, the immediate name change after marriage, she's done this before. And you weren't her first target. The words settled in the office like a physical weight. She married my son not because she loved him, but because she'd identified a target worth $42 million. Boyd doesn't know, I said quietly. It wasn't a question. Clyde shook his head. I'd bet everything I own that she told him she was Marlene from day one. Clean slate. No Goldman, no SEC, no history. Just a financial analyst with a respectable resume who happened to meet your son at a seminar. Martin steepled his fingers. This changes the prosecution strategy. Boyd is a conspirator, but Marlene Serena, she's the architect. She has a pattern. She has prior conduct. She has exactly the kind of history that makes a jury understand this wasn't a family dispute that went wrong. This was calculated predation. I looked at the photograph clipped to the background check. My daughter-in-law, my son's wife for 8 years, the mother of my granddaughter, staring back at me from a Goldman Sachs employee ID with a different name and the same cold calculation in her eyes. We need to get Breyer out of that house, I said. Martin and Clyde exchanged a glance. Working on it, Martin said. But we need grounds for emergency custody. Right now, technically, there's no evidence of direct harm to the child. She's living with 2 people conspiring to commit felonies, I said. And if we move too fast, they'll know we're coming, Clyde said gently. We need a few more days. Those words sat in my chest like stones. A few more days. My granddaughter, 14 years old, living in a house with a serial predator, and the son who'd left me to die in the desert. I went home that evening, sat in my kitchen under the warm yellow lamp, stared at Joyce's coffee mug still sitting in the dish drainer where I'd left it Saturday morning before the anniversary trip. My phone vibrated at 9 p.m., unknown number. I answered. Hello? Grandpa! The voice was young, raspy, worn from crying. Breyer Garrison, 14, with a voice that cracked on every other word, was calling from an unknown number, a child who shouldn't have needed to hide from her own parents. Breyer, I said, gripping the phone. Sweetheart, are you okay? I know what Mom and Dad are doing. The words tumbled out fast like she'd been holding them too long. I've been overhearing them talk in their room for 2 months. About the money, about the papers, about leaving you in the desert. My throat tightened. Briar, I was too scared to tell you because Dad said if I opened my mouth, I'd be shipped off to boarding school in Arizona. He said it 3 times, Grandpa. 3 times like he was practicing what he'd say when he did it. I closed my eyes. 14 years old. 2 months of listening to her parents plan her grandfather's murder. Threatened with exile if she spoke. Is your dad home? I asked gently. He came home late today. He looked really angry. Mom's been on the phone all night. Briar, I need you to do something for me. Can you record what your parents say just when they're talking in their room or on the phone? Can you do that? Silence stretched across the line. 5 heartbeats. 10. Then so quietly I almost missed it. I already did, Grandpa. I've been doing it for 6 weeks. The words hit me like a physical thing. A 14-year-old child living in that house for 2 months with no one to protect her recording evidence because she had no other way to prove her reality. 6 weeks, I repeated, on my phone. I was scared they'd find it, so I backed everything up to a cloud account they don't know about. There's a lot, Grandpa. Hours. I pressed my palm against the kitchen table, feeling the solid wood under my hand grounding myself. You did exactly right, I said. You are so brave, Briar, so smart. And I promise you are not going to any boarding school. You're going to be safe. When? Her voice cracked. When can I leave? Soon, I said. Very soon. But I need those recordings. Can you send them to me? I'll send them tonight, Briar whispered. But Grandpa, I'm scared. Monday morning, Martin opened with the kind of statement that makes your blood run cold. Robert Hines called me 3 weeks ago. Boyd tried to sell your 35% stake in Garrison Lumber, and I didn't tell you because I thought I could handle it quietly. I set my coffee down carefully. The cup made no sound against the desk. How close did he get? Martin slid a folder across to me. Inside, I found emails between Martin and Robert Hines, the majority shareholder, who'd built his 65% stake from Joyce's father back in 1987, the same year we'd incorporated the lumber division. 3 weeks ago, Martin said, Boyd approached Hines about buying out your shares, used the POA as authorization. Hines grew suspicious because the approach felt rushed and the pricing seemed desperate, 30 cents on the dollar below market value. I read the emails. Hines's careful language, his polite stalling, his request to Martin, please handle this quietly. Don't want to get caught in family drama. He asked you not to tell me, I said. He did. And I agreed because I thought... Martin stopped. Started again. I thought if I could block it quietly, you wouldn't have to know your son was trying to steal from you. I was wrong. I kept reading. Boyd's attempted sale violated the shareholder agreement on 2 counts, no board approval, and bypassing the mandatory right of first refusal window that gave existing shareholders 30 days to match any outside offer. If Hines had been less cautious, Martin said, if he'd just signed the paperwork like Boyd expected, your business would be gone. The POA gave Boyd apparent authority. Only Hines's hesitation saved everything. I looked at the date on the first email. 3 weeks ago. While I'd been sitting in my kitchen drinking coffee from Joyce's mug, my son had been negotiating to liquidate the lumber business we'd built over 43 years. Hines will testify, I asked. Already agreed. And I've drafted an injunction blocking any sale attempts. We'll file it with the POA revocation. How many other people had known pieces of this conspiracy and said nothing? Thinking silence was kindness. There's something else, Martin said. He checked his watch. Sandra Ortega from Adult Protective Services is arriving in 20 minutes. The APS investigation was triggered over the weekend. I didn't file a report, I said. No, but 2 other people did. Sandra Ortega arrived at 1:30 that afternoon, a sharp-eyed woman in her mid-40s carrying a state-issued tablet and the calm authority of someone who'd seen every variation of elder abuse and knew exactly how the system worked. She sat across from Martin and me in his conference room and opened her file without preamble. 2 independent reports were filed within 12 hours of each other, Sandra said. First, a formal report from a private investigator named Clyde Barton submitted Saturday evening with attached video evidence. Second, a concerned citizen report from a gas station attendant in Ludlow who saw an elderly man walk into town from the desert, asking for directions, and called our hotline Sunday morning. I remembered the gas station, the cold water I'd bought, the attendant who'd looked at me with concern and asked if I needed help. Under California law, Sandra continued, receipt of credible elder abuse reports triggers a mandatory investigation. APS does not require the victim's consent to proceed. Martin leaned forward. What does mandatory mean in practical terms? It means whether Mr. Garrison chooses to press charges or not. The state of California will handle our end of things. We are moving forward parallel to any civil action you take. Sandra looked directly at me. This is no longer solely a family matter. The state has an interest in prosecuting elder abandonment and financial abuse. When will you contact my son? I asked. Sandra consulted her tablet. We will be making contact within 48 hours. Standard protocol for active investigations. Your son will be notified that an investigation has been opened and he'll be required to provide a statement. I checked my watch. Monday 3 p.m., 48 hours. Can we delay that? Martin asked. We're in the middle of strategic planning. No. Sandra's voice was firm but not unkind. The investigation timeline is set by state law, not by your preferences or tactical considerations. I understand you're pursuing civil remedies, but APS operates independently. We protect vulnerable adults. That's our mandate. The machinery of justice had started moving under its own momentum, and I was no longer driving it. What happens after you contact him? I asked. Sandra closed her tablet. He'll be informed of the investigation. He'll be asked to provide his version of events. If he refuses cooperation, or if the evidence meets prosecutorial standards, the case gets referred to the district attorney. Given what I've seen in the preliminary file video, evidence, GPS data, medical documentation of heat exposure, I'd say DA referral is likely. How long does all this take? Martin asked. Depends on cooperation. If everyone involved provides statements and evidence promptly, we can have a preliminary finding within 2 weeks. If people stonewall or lawyer up, it can stretch to months. She stood, extended her hand to me. Mr. Garrison, I want you to know what happened to you was a crime. Not a family dispute, not a misunderstanding. A crime. And the state of California takes these cases seriously. I shook her hand. Her grip was firm. 48 hours, I said. She nodded. 48 hours. Wednesday afternoon, your son will discover that the state has opened an investigation into his conduct. Sandra Ortega left. The conference room fell silent, except for the hum of the air conditioning and the distant sound of traffic on the San Marino streets. I checked my watch again. Monday 3 p.m. Wednesday 3 p.m. while Boyd was still waiting for my desperate phone call from the desert, still calculating whether I'd broken yet, the state of California would knock on his door with questions he couldn't answer. Monday night found me alone at my kitchen table with Clyde's surveillance logs spread before me like archaeological evidence of my son's planned crime, 3 months of movements, phone calls, credit card receipts, all leading to a single detail buried on page 47 that made my blood run cold. The desk lamp cast a circle of warm light across the pages. Outside, Pasadena was quiet. Inside, my coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept reading. Clyde's handwriting was precise. Dates, times, locations. Every movement Boyd had made since April 24th when I'd hired the investigation. 3 months of surveillance compressed into 93 pages of meticulous documentation. Page 47 stopped me. July 12th. 2023. Mojave Rose Motel Barstow. Reservation confirmed, one-night check-in, 3 p.m. Checkout, July 13th, 11 a.m. Credit card Boyd Garrison. Confirmation number BR-447293. I read it twice. Boyd had booked a motel room in Barstow for Saturday. 3 p.m. check-in. The same day he'd abandoned me at mile marker 57 at 11 a.m. I pulled out my phone and called Clyde. He answered on the second ring. "You found page 47. He booked a room," I said. "He did. I called the motel this morning to verify. They had the reservation. He never checked in." I sat back in my chair looking at the detail printed in Clyde's careful handwriting. "He calculated I'd break before nightfall." "That's my read," Clyde said. "Leave you in the desert at 11 a.m. Wait for the desperate phone call, probably figured you'd crack by 2 or 3 p.m. Drive back from wherever he was waiting. Play the concerned son rescue you with performative worry. Check into the motel, wrap everything up cleanly over dinner. Get your signature on the POA documents that night or the next morning. Problem solved in one day." He'd scripted my breakdown like a director blocking a scene. Panic by sunset, surrender by nightfall, resolution by breakfast. "But you never called," Clyde continued. "So he never checked in. Never executed the heroic rescue he'd planned. The entire script fell apart because the first line didn't go according to plan." I thanked Clyde and ended the call. The surveillance log sat open to page 47. The motel reservations stared back at me, evidence of a timeline that had existed only in my son's head. Abandonment at 11. Desperate call by 3. Rescue by 5. Signing by evening. Breakfast the next morning. Drive back to Pasadena with everything wrapped in a neat bow. Not a single line had gone according to script. My phone lit up on the table. Boyd's name appeared on the screen. I looked at the time. 9:47 p.m., Monday night. I let it ring 5 times. 6. The call went to voicemail. I picked up my phone and checked the call log. 12 calls since Saturday afternoon. The first one had come through at 2:30 p.m. Saturday, 3.5 hours after he'd left me in the desert. Right on schedule, according to his script. That first call had lasted 6 rings before going to voicemail. The second call, 4 p.m. Saturday, 5 rings. Third call, 6:15 p.m. Saturday, 7 rings. Fourth through 7th calls Sunday morning through afternoon. Each one lasting longer. The ring count climbing. 4 rings, 6, 8, 10. 8th call Monday morning. 15 rings before voicemail picked up. 9th through 11th Monday afternoon. Each one a full minute of ringing. 12th call just now, 9:47 p.m. Monday. No voicemails. Boyd hadn't left a single message because leaving a voicemail would mean acknowledging what he'd done. Just kept calling, kept waiting for me to answer and pretend none of it had happened. I thought about the progression. 40 years of teaching had shown me the same pattern in every entitled student who'd ever challenged a grade or demanded special treatment. First stage, anger. "You're wrong and I'll prove it by force of will." Second stage, confusion. "Why isn't this working the way it's supposed to?" Third stage, desperation. "Please, I need this. You have to help me." Boyd was tracking perfectly through the stages. Saturday's calls had been angry, short, impatient, expecting immediate response. Sunday's calls had shifted to confused, longer rings, more frequent attempts, the rhythm of someone who doesn't understand why the normal rules aren't working. Monday's calls had moved into desperate territory, letting the phone ring until voicemail cut it off, trying again within minutes, the behavior of someone who needs an answer and can't comprehend why it's not coming. I looked at the phone in my hand, at the missed call notification still glowing on the screen. 40 years in a classroom teaches you that some lessons require complete silence before understanding can begin. The students who learn fastest are the ones who sit with the discomfort of not knowing, who resist the urge to fill every silence with noise. Boyd had never learned to sit with silence. He'd always been the kid who talked through uncomfortable pauses, who demanded immediate answers, who couldn't tolerate the space between question and response. But silence was exactly what this lesson required. Silence, while APS prepared to knock on his door Wednesday afternoon. Silence while the banking systems processed the POA revocations. Silence while his wife Serena Whitmore, professional predator, calculated her own exit strategy. Silence while his 14-year-old daughter uploaded 6 weeks of recordings to a cloud server he didn't know existed. Silence while Vernon compiled 18 months of theft into a prosecutable case file. Silence while Martin drafted injunctions and protective orders. Silence while Clyde's footage played on loop in Sandra Ortega's office. Some lessons require complete silence before understanding can begin. And this lesson was just getting started. The phone buzzed again. Call number 13. I watched Boyd's name illuminate my kitchen table one more time. Watched the screen glow. Watched it ring once, twice, 3 times. 40 years of teaching had shown me that the most entitled students always follow the same progression. Anger first, then confusion, finally desperation. My son was right on schedule. I picked up the phone, looked at his name glowing on the screen for 5 full seconds, and set it face down on the table with the deliberate calm of a man who knows that silence is sometimes the loudest answer you can give. The ringing stopped. I returned to Clyde's surveillance log. Page 48, July 13th, Sunday. Tuesday morning would bring the first move in the legal war, and I needed to be ready to execute it with precision. Tuesday morning I watched the notary's stamp come down on the revocation of power of attorney, with the satisfying finality of a judge's gavel, one metal strike that legally severed my son's access to everything I'd spent 40 years building. The notary office sat on the 12th floor of a downtown LA building that smelled like coffee and copy toner. Martin had chosen this location deliberately neutral ground, professional witnesses, time-stamped security footage of every signature. This takes immediate legal effect, Martin said, collecting the stamped documents. The moment that seal hit paper, the POA ceased to exist in legal terms. But the banks, I said, the banks need 8 business days. Martin slid the documents into 7 separate envelopes, each one addressed to a different financial institution. Wells Fargo Chase, Bank of America, U.S. Bank, Capital One, Charles Schwab, Fidelity. We're sending certified mail with tracking, direct fax with confirmation, and encrypted email with read receipts. Triple documentation. I watched him seal the envelopes. So for 8 days, Boyd can still try to access my accounts. Martin smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Try, yes. Succeed, maybe. But every transaction he makes during that window becomes time-stamped evidence of criminal intent. Every swipe, every withdrawal, every transfer, all of it creates a digital record with IP addresses, location data, transaction codes. We're not just cutting him off, we're documenting his desperation. The setup was elegant. Boyd would spend a week attempting to access funds that were legally no longer his to touch, and every attempt would etch another line into the criminal case file. Legacy banking systems, Martin continued, loading the envelopes into his briefcase. They're not designed for instant updates. There are manual processes, verification steps, department approvals. Some institutions will update in 3 days. Others will take the full 8. But California law is clear. The revocation is effective immediately, regardless of institutional processing time. Any transaction he executes after 9:17 a.m. today is unauthorized. I checked my watch. 9:17 a.m., the exact moment the notary seal had hit paper. 40 years building the business teaches you timing, and this 8-day window would show Boyd exactly what happens when you mistake patience for weakness. After the notary appointment, I drove to the Wells Fargo branch in Pasadena, the same branch where Joyce and I had opened our first joint account in 1981. The same teller windows, the same marble floors, different faces behind the glass. I reset the PINs on every personal account, changed the security questions, updated the contact phone numbers, added a second layer of protection that would trigger immediately independent of the POA revocation processing time. The branch manager, a woman named Patricia, whom I'd known for 15 years, processed everything without asking why. "All set, Mr. Garrison," she said, handing back my ID. "New PINs will be active within the hour." Tuesday afternoon found me back in Martin's San Marino office. The afternoon light came through the windows at an angle that reminded me of late summer warm, but already turning toward autumn. Martin spread a document across his desk. The header read, "Joyce Garrison Legacy Trust Irrevocable. 6 commercial real estate properties across Southern California," Martin said, reading from the deed. 2 warehouses in Fontana, the founding facilities where Garrison Lumber began. Your 35% corporate stake in the business itself. Total current valuation $27.4 million. I looked at the beneficiary line. Southern California Youth Apprenticeship Program, where Joyce served as a founding board advisor, Martin said. 5 years before her death, she believed true wealth meant equipping the next generation to build with their hands. I remembered those board meetings. Joyce sitting at conference tables with contractors and educators drafting curriculum for kids who wanted to learn trades. She'd never taken a salary, never wanted recognition. Just wanted to make sure someone was teaching the next generation what she and I had learned the hard way. "Once this trust is filed with the court," Martin explained, "it's a vault. No children, no creditors, no courts can crack it unless you personally walk before a judge and request dissolution. Your son tried to steal your fortune. Instead, he just guaranteed it goes to the people Joyce wanted to help most." Joyce's name in legal script anchored to a legacy that would teach kids to build with their hands long after we were both gone. I picked up the pen. My hand was steady as I signed. Martin witnessed the signature, stamped it, dated it, slid it into a leather folder. "Executed and funded tomorrow morning," he said. "Irrevocable the moment we transfer the first asset into it." I sat back in the chair feeling the weight of what we'd just done. The POA revoked. The trust established. Boyd's access to the visible fortune cut off, completely redirected toward the future Joyce had believed in. Martin snapped the trust document into its leather folder with the finality of a closing vault door. "Then there's the other matter," he said, pulling a separate file from his desk drawer. I looked up. Martin opened the file. Inside, I saw property appraisals, survey maps, deed records. "The 12 acres in Fontana," Martin said. "The land you and Joyce held under HRC Properties, LLC. Current valuation, $8.3 million. What are we doing with that?" I looked at the appraisal. The property sat on the eastern edge of Fontana, zoned for mixed commercial and industrial use. Joyce and I had bought it in 2010 with cash from a particularly good year, holding it under an LLC that bore her parents' initials, Helen Raymond, and Joyce's maiden name, Caldwell. HRC Properties, a quiet holding company that existed on paper but never appeared on the family ledger. Joyce had called it the Quiet One, the asset we never talked about, never leveraged, never touched. My son had tried to steal a fortune, without ever realizing he was looking at an incomplete map. "That asset," I said slowly, "becomes the key to protecting the one person in this family who still deserves protecting." The file Martin pulled from his drawer was labeled HRC Properties, LLC, Fontana Land Holdings. 3 initials that spelled out a secret Joyce and I had kept for 13 years, Helen Raymond Caldwell, a private nest egg she'd insisted we build completely off the family ledger. Martin spread the documents across his desk. Property surveys, tax records, appraisal reports. 12 acres in Fontana, Martin said, tracing the property lines on the survey map. Purchased in 2010 for $1.7 million cash. Held exclusively under HRC Properties, LLC, a private holding company that never appeared on any family business ledger. I looked at the aerial photograph. The land sat on the eastern edge of Fontana, bordered by industrial parks on 2 sides and undeveloped scrubland on the others. Zoned for mixed commercial and industrial use. "Current valuation?" I asked. Martin slid the appraisal across. $8.3 million. The commercial development boom in Fontana over the last 5 years tripled the value. I picked up the appraisal, remembering the conversation Joyce and I had in 2010. We'd just had the best year in Garrison Lumber's history. Cash reserves were higher than they'd ever been. And Joyce had said something that stuck with me. "We need one thing that stays quiet, Lyle," she'd told me over coffee in our kitchen. The same kitchen where I'd sat Monday night, reading Clyde's surveillance logs. "One thing nobody knows about. Not Boyd, not the accountants, not even Martin at first. Just you and me." "Why?" I'd asked. "Because someone will come for the money eventually," she'd said. "Maybe not in our lifetime. Maybe not Boyd. But someone will see $42 million and decide it belongs to them. When that happens, I want one vault they can't find." Joyce had known 13 years ago that someone would come for the money. She just hadn't known it would be her own son. We'd bought the land under her parents' initials. Helen and Raymond Caldwell had been dead for 15 years by then, but Joyce wanted their names on something permanent. HRC Properties, LLC. A holding company that existed on paper but operated in complete silence. Boyd's entire conspiracy, Martin said, targeted only the visible assets. He calculated liquidation value on everything he could see in the ledgers. The lumber business, the warehouses, the commercial properties. But he never knew this existed. I set down the appraisal. Because Joyce foresaw exactly this scenario. She built a vault he couldn't find. Martin nodded. "Your son tried to steal $42 million. He never realized he was looking at an incomplete map." I looked at the property survey, at Joyce's handwriting in the margin of the original purchase agreement, for the future, for whoever needs protecting. "This one goes to Breyer," I said. "All of it, outside the legacy trust, separate protection." Martin made a note. "The entire parcel, 8.3 million, every acre. She's 14 years old living in a house with 2 people conspiring to commit felonies, recording evidence because she's too scared to speak up. She deserves protection. She deserves a future that doesn't depend on her parents." Martin drafted the documentation. A separate trust. Breyer Garrison as sole beneficiary. Accessible at age 25 or upon completion of accredited trade education, whichever came first. Joyce's legacy, protecting Joyce's granddaughter. I signed without hesitation. "Before I show you how the man whose debt drove my son to that desert became the witness who'd help convict him, are you still with me?" comment. If you think he deserves redemption, or B, if you think he's just saving himself. Quick note, the next part includes fictionalized details to deepen the emotional impact. The lesson is what matters. Wednesday morning, I sat in a rented corporate conference room in downtown Los Angeles. The room was anonymous, beige walls, generic furniture, the kind of space designed to host meetings that nobody wants traced to specific addresses. Dexter Kingsley arrived at 9 a.m. sharp. 52 years old, operating in the gray zones of private lending, where legitimate finance shades into predatory practice. He wore an expensive suit and carried nothing. No briefcase, no files, no attorney. Martin had extended the invitation carefully. Not a summons, not a threat. Just a professional request for a conversation about mutual interests. Kingsley sat across from us. His expression was neutral, professionally blank. Martin slid a folder across the table. "The situation has changed since you extended that loan to Boyd Garrison." Kingsley opened the folder. Inside, Clyde's abandonment footage time-stamped and GPS verified. The APS investigation file. Vernon's 18-month financial audit documenting systematic theft. "Your $800,000 note," Martin said, "was the pressure point that drove Boyd to criminal action, elder abandonment, attempted murder, financial fraud." Kingsley studied the footage without expression. "Watched my son order me out of the car. Watched the water bottles hit the dirt. Watched the rental car disappear into heat shimmer. You have a choice, Martin continued. Continue squeezing Boyd for payment and risk full-scale indictment for predatory lending plus conspiracy to commit elder financial abuse. Or sign a cooperation agreement with the district attorney and pursue your debt through clean civil channels without criminal exposure. Kingsley set down the footage. What does cooperation require? Testimony about the loan terms, the timeline, Boyd's desperation level. Everything you observed about his financial state and decision-making. And you pursue the debt through normal civil court, no threats, no pressure, no criminal activity. Kingsley took less than 2 minutes to calculate the odds. He signed the cooperation agreement. The man whose greed had driven my son to abandon me in the desert had just become the witness who would help convict him. As Kingsley stood to leave, he paused at the conference room door. Your boy has no idea what's hitting him, does he? He asked. I thought about Boyd waiting for my desperate phone call, still calculating whether the desert had broken me. Unaware that in 18 hours, APS would knock on his door. Unaware that his wife was researching her own escape. Unaware that his creditor had just flipped to the prosecution. Not yet, I said, but he will. Kingsley nodded and left. Martin collected the signed cooperation agreement and filed it carefully. Thursday morning, Martin said, we need to have a full team meeting. You, me, Clyde, Vernon. There's something you need to tell them. I looked at him. About April, Martin said quietly. About when you really knew. About what you've been doing for 3 months while everyone thought you were just discovering this. I nodded slowly. Before the walls closed in completely, I needed to understand the full architecture of what my son had become. But first, I needed to explain to my team exactly how long I'd been building this trap. Thursday morning, Martin poured 4 fingers of bourbon at 10 a.m. and said the words I'd been waiting 3 months to hear. When did you know? We sat in his boardroom, Martin, Clyde, Vernon, and me. Morning light came through the windows at an angle that cast long shadows across the conference table. In the center sat 3 months of accumulated evidence, Clyde's surveillance logs, Vernon's financial audits, the video footage that showed my son leaving me to die. Martin set the bourbon in front of me. The gesture was uncharacteristic. Martin didn't drink before noon. But this wasn't a normal Thursday. April 16th, I said. That's when I knew. Vernon looked up from the files. Clyde's expression didn't change, but I saw recognition in his eyes. $47,000, I continued. 1 month, February to March. An accounting anomaly that doesn't happen by accident in a company I built nail by nail over 40 years. I watched Martin's face as the timeline clicked into place. You called me April 24th, Clyde said quietly. 8 days later. I did. Told you I needed a private investigator. Someone who could work quietly. Someone my son wouldn't recognize as surveillance. You already suspected it was Boyd, Clyde said. I knew it was Boyd. The pattern was too specific. The amounts were too calculated. Someone with POA access and detailed knowledge of company operations. Someone who thought they understood the business well enough to steal without leaving obvious traces. Vernon's hands were flat on the table. You never told me. I couldn't. Not at first. Boyd had someone watching you for 3 weeks, gray sedan outside your house, same car near the Pasadena branch. If I'd brought you in too early, he would have known we were building a case. Martin leaned back in his chair. The San Diego trip. Early June, I said. 6 weeks before the anniversary. I told everyone I was visiting suppliers. I wasn't. I was establishing alternate trust structures with a firm Boyd didn't know I used. Backup documentation. Legal firewall. You knew the anniversary trip was a setup, Martin said. I suspected. The timing was too convenient. Boyd suggesting we visit Joyce's grave together after 5 years of barely acknowledging her death. Renting a car instead of using his BMW, the route he insisted we take. I knew something was coming. And you went anyway, Vernon said, his voice carrying something between awe and horror. I went because I needed undeniable proof. Financial records can be disputed. Accounting anomalies can be explained away. But abandoning your 69-year-old father in 108-degree heat with $5 and 2 bottles of water, that's not ambiguous. That's not a misunderstanding. That's attempted murder with witnesses and cameras. 3 months. I'd known for 3 months. I kept Martin isolated initially, I continued. Not because I didn't trust him, but because I needed to protect him. If Boyd suspected Martin knew, he'd have changed his approach. Waited. Hidden evidence. I needed Boyd to feel safe enough to act. Martin picked up his bourbon but didn't drink it. How much did you know before Saturday? Everything Clyde could document. The forged warehouse lease. The cash withdrawals. The ghost maintenance contracts. Marlene's real identity as Serena Whitmore. The Kingsley debt. I knew Boyd was desperate. I knew he needed my signature on those POA documents. I knew the anniversary trip was his deadline. But you didn't know he'd leave you like that, Clyde said. I looked at the bourbon Martin had poured, at the condensation forming on the glass. No, I said quietly. I didn't think he'd leave me like that. 108 degrees, 2 bottles, $5. I didn't factor that in. I thought... My voice caught. I thought he'd threaten me, pressure me, maybe even physically intimidate me into signing. But I didn't think he'd actually drive away and leave me to die. The boardroom fell silent. I calculated the risk wrong, I said. I planned for evidence gathering. I planned for legal documentation. I planned for criminal prosecution. But I didn't plan for the level of cruelty my son was capable of. That was the miscalculation. My phone rang. The sound cut through the silence like a gunshot. I looked at the screen. Boyd. First call since the desert. 19 days. I pressed the speaker button and set the phone on the table. Dad's home. Boyd's voice filled the boardroom. Confident. Rehearsed. We need to talk about resolution. I've drafted terms that work for both of us. I looked at Martin, at Clyde, at Vernon. 3 men hearing my son's voice for the first time since he'd tried to kill me. I haven't heard from you in 19 days, I said, keeping my voice level. You left me in 108-degree heat with $5 and 2 bottles of water. And you want to talk terms? That was business, Dad. This is business, too. I'm offering to come back to Garrison Contracting. 60% equity transfer, you transition to advisory role. Clean exit for you, fresh leadership for the company. Everyone wins. Martin's jaw tightened. Vernon's hands curled into fists. When you drove away, I said slowly, and saw me in your rearview mirror, did it cross your mind that I might die? Silence on the line. 2 seconds. 3. You're tough, Dad. You're fine. 4 words. Delivered with the casual certainty of someone stating an obvious fact. No concern. No remorse. No acknowledgement that leaving a 69-year-old man in the desert might constitute attempted murder. I pressed the disconnect button. The boardroom sat in absolute silence. Boyd's voice had been confident, empty of anything resembling conscience or humanity. My son had framed near murder as a business negotiation and expected me to respond with gratitude for his generous offer. How does a man look at his son's number on a phone screen and feel nothing but tactical calculation? Martin broke the silence. What's the next move? I slid the Kingsley cooperation agreement across the table. We dismantle him. Every asset, every lie, every co-conspirator. Vernon leaned forward. Starting with... I looked at the team assembled around Martin's boardroom table. 3 months of planning. 3 months of evidence gathering. 3 months of watching my son dig his own grave while believing his father was too old and too trusting to see what was happening. Starting with Marlene, I said. She's the architect. She's done this before, and she's already planning her exit strategy. My 14-year-old granddaughter sat at my kitchen table Thursday afternoon, holding an old Samsung phone like evidence at trial. Briar Garrison had navigated the city, alone taken the 180 bus from her house in the valley to my place in Pasadena, told her mother she was spending the afternoon at her friend Emma's house, and arrived at my door with a phone and a secret that had been eating at her for 6 weeks. She placed the Samsung on the table. 14 recordings of Mom and Dad talking in their room. I was scared, so I started recording them on my phone. I backed them up to a cloud account. They don't know I have. I didn't know what else to do. Martin and I exchanged a glance. "Can we listen?" Martin asked gently. Briar nodded and opened the first file. June 3rd, 2023. Her mother's voice filled my kitchen. "Marlene. He's old. His mind is slipping. We signed the papers ourselves. He won't even remember." Boyd's voice muffled. "The POA covers it. Marlene. The POA covers everything. That's the point." The file ended. 12 seconds. Briar opened the second file. June 7th. Marlene discussing the warehouse lease. The third file, June 10th. Boyd on the phone with someone about the Kingsley debt. 4th through 13th files, conversations about liquidation timelines, asset valuations, how to handle the old man if he asked questions. Briar opened the 14th file. June 28th, 2023. The morning of the anniversary trip. Boyd's voice clear and distinct. "Highway 40-mile marker 57. Complete dead zone. Cell service dies at marker 49, doesn't pick up again until marker 65. 16 miles. 11 miles to Ludlow if he walks west. Marlene. And if he doesn't call, Boyd, he'll call 3 hours maximum. Heat does the work for us." The file ended. I looked at Briar. "You recorded this the morning of the trip." She nodded, eyes wide. Daddy was smiling when he said those numbers. I got scared. I didn't understand what it meant, but I knew it was bad. Martin stood abruptly and walked to the back door. Stepped into the small garden. I watched him through the window, hands on his hips, head down, shoulders tight. He stayed there for a full minute. When he came back inside, his eyes were wet. "She's 14, Martin said, his voice rough. "She built the case we needed. A 14-year-old child living in that house alone with all of this. 14 files, 6 weeks, 14-year-old. Briar had compiled a prosecutable criminal record out of teenage fear, creating evidence of conspiracy, premeditation, and intent. She documented her parents planning her grandfather's murder, not because she fully understood the legal implications, but because recording was the only power she had to prove that what she was hearing was real. "You did exactly right," I told her, pulling her into a hug. "You are so brave, Briar, so smart, and you're safe now." "Can I stay here tonight?" she asked against my shoulder. "You can stay here every night," I said. After Briar fell asleep in the guest room, Joyce's old sewing room that still smelled faintly of lavender, Clyde arrived with his tablet. Martin and I sat at the kitchen table. The Samsung still sat between us, containing 6 weeks of evidence from a child who'd been living in a house with 2 people planning murder. Clyde opened his surveillance report. July 16th, 2 days ago, Marlene walked into Baxter & Cole, high-end firm in West Hollywood, white-collar defense and family law. She retained counsel, Martin said. $42,000 retainer, Clyde confirmed. I have the payment receipt from my financial surveillance. She's preparing to file for divorce. I looked at the Samsung, at the recordings a 14-year-old had made because she was too terrified to do anything else. She's going to flip, Martin said. Already in progress, Clyde replied. My contact at the DA's office confirms Baxter & Cole reached out yesterday about a cooperation proffer. Marlene's painting herself as the coerced spouse. Says Boyd orchestrated everything. She went along out of fear. She's willing to testify. Architect abandoning the foot soldier, Martin said. Using the exact same predatory logic Boyd used on Lyle, Clyde added. She sees the walls closing. She's cutting Boyd loose to save herself. I thought about Serena Whitmore, about the Goldman Sachs termination, about the SEC inquiry that closed due to insufficient evidence, about a woman who'd spent her career calculating exactly how far to push without crossing into prosecutable territory. How long does it take a wolf to recognize she's chained to a sinking ship? Boyd doesn't know, I said. Boyd has no idea, Clyde confirmed. He thinks his wife is on his side, thinks they're a team, thinks she's waiting for you to break so they can execute the final phase of their plan. Martin leaned back in his chair. She'll hit the DA before we file. We lose prosecutorial leverage. Let her, I said. Our evidence doesn't need her testimony. We have Clyde's footage. We have Vernon's financial audit. We have 14 recordings from a 14-year-old child documenting premeditated conspiracy. And when Boyd finds out his wife turned on him before his father did, that's its own justice. Clyde closed his tablet. Marlene's meeting the DA tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Boyd still thinks she's on his side. I looked at the Samsung on my table, at the recordings a child had made to survive her parents, at the evidence of a marriage built on predation collapsing into mutual betrayal. He'll find out by breakfast, I said. Clyde stood to leave. Martin gathered the files. Breyer slept in the guest room safe for the first time in 6 weeks. Tomorrow morning, Boyd's world would collapse. His wife would betray him to prosecutors. His father's legal machinery would activate. The evidence compiled by a 14-year-old child would begin its journey through the criminal justice system. And I would watch it all unfold with the calm of a man who'd spent 3 months building a trap that was finally, completely, irreversibly closing. The waiter returned Boyd's platinum Amex with the apologetic smile reserved for public humiliation. Saturday night, July 21st, 2023. 8 business days since the POA revocation had been notarized and dispatched to 7 financial institutions. The 8th day, the day Martin had predicted some systems would complete their processing. Boyd Garrison sat across from his wife at Morton's Steakhouse in Beverly Hills, projecting the kind of normalcy that comes from desperate hope. They'd ordered appetizers, wine, entrees. The bill sat on the table between them. The waiter cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, sir. This card was declined. Would you like to try another?" Boyd's jaw tightened. He handed over a second card. Chase Sapphire. The waiter returned 2 minutes later. "I'm sorry, sir." Marlene Garrison, 41, with the polished appearance of someone who'd spent her career in high-stakes finance, watched her husband with cold calculation rather than panic. She'd seen this coming. She'd been preparing for exactly this moment since July 16th, when she'd walked into Baxter & Cole and paid $42,000 for protection Boyd didn't know she'd purchased. "Try the business account," Marlene said, her voice low and controlled. Boyd's hand shook slightly as he handed over the third card. That was the business account. The waiter returned. Same apologetic smile, same quiet delivery. "Declined, sir. Perhaps you'd like to settle the bill with cash." Boyd pulled out his wallet, counted the bills. $63. The check was $147. Marlene opened her purse without a word and laid 8 20s on the table. They drove home in silence. Boyd's hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel. The rental car, his BMW, had been repossessed 3 days ago, smelled like air freshener and failure. At home, Boyd went straight to his laptop. Online banking access denied. He tried the second account. Access denied. Third account. Fourth account. Access denied. Access denied. Declined. 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 All 4 accounts? Boyd said, his voice hollow. He froze everything. Marlene stood in the doorway. "Your father or my attorney?" Boyd looked up sharply. "What?" "Nothing." Marlene turned toward the bedroom. Boyd saw it then, the heavy manila envelope sitting on the floor just inside the front door. It must have been slipped underneath while they were at dinner. He picked it up. Brennan and Associates, Martin Ashford's law firm. His hands shook as he broke the wax seal. 12 pages. Legal letterhead. Vernon Hewitt's signature on page 6. Formal notice of civil deposition scheduled for July 28, 2023, regarding unauthorized financial transactions, breach of fiduciary duty, and elder financial abuse. 5 days away. Marlene appeared at the bedroom doorway with a suitcase. "What are you doing?" Boyd asked. "I'm taking Breyer to my sister's," Marlene said. Boyd checked his watch. Now it's 10 p.m. Now! She walked past him, opened Briar's bedroom door. The room was empty. The bed was made. Briar's backpack was gone. Where is she? Marlene asked, voice sharp. Boyd stared at the empty room. She said she was sleeping at Emma's house. When? Thursday. She took the bus. Marlene's face went very still. Then she grabbed her suitcase and walked out the front door. Her car started, backed out of the driveway, disappeared down the street. Boyd stood in the empty house holding the deposition notice, watching his wife's taillights fade. My phone buzzed for the 12th time that day. I sat in my living room in Pasadena, reading a book I'd already read twice, sipping tea that had gone cold, looking at Joyce's photograph on the mantel. The phone sat on the side table screen, lighting up every 40 minutes with my son's name. Call 12 became call 13, then 14, 15, 45 calls over 48 hours. I answered none of them. Friday night call 23. 23, I spoke to Joyce's photograph. He still thinks I'll answer. Thinks there's a price that buys forgiveness. Thinks silence means I haven't decided yet. Joyce's photograph didn't answer. But I knew what she'd say. The same thing she'd written on that list 5 years ago. Don't let love blind you to the truth. Saturday brought calls 24 through 36, each one lasting longer. The ring count climbing. My son sitting somewhere watching the phone ring and ring and ring, waiting for his father to break. I didn't break. 40 years in construction had taught me that walking away from the table delivers the heaviest blow. Silence says, what words can't you no longer have the right to my attention? Sunday night brought a text. July 22nd, 11:47 p.m. Dad, need to talk. Marlene hired own lawyer. She's telling things that aren't true. I read it. Set the phone face down on the table. Went to bed. How many times does a man call his father before he understands he no longer has one? Monday morning, Briar made pancakes in my kitchen. Her hands working the spatula with the quiet focus of a teenager who'd learned to find calm in small tasks. Is Daddy going to call again? She asked. Probably, I said. Are you going to answer? No. She flipped a pancake. Good. Martin arrived at 10 a.m. Sat at my kitchen table with coffee I'd brewed too strong. He stopped calling, Martin said. I looked at my phone. The last call had come through at 7:23 a.m. Tuesday morning. Call 45. Since then, silence. He finally heard the answer, I said. Martin slid a folder across the table. Vernon sent this over this morning. Deposition scheduled for July 28th. 5 days. I opened the folder. Saw my son's financial crimes laid out in 12 pages of legal documentation. Saw Vernon's signature attesting to 18 months of theft. Saw the questions Boyd would be required to answer under oath. He has no defense, Martin said. Briar's recordings document premeditation. Clyde's footage documents abandonment. Vernon's audit documents theft. The cooperation agreement with Kingsley documents motive. Every escape route is blocked. I closed the folder. And Marlene, I asked, meeting the DA again this morning. She's building her case that Boyd coerced her, painting herself as the victim. Let her, I said. The jury will see through it. Martin stood. Wednesday, you and Vernon need to prep for the deposition. 3 hours minimum. He'll have counsel by then, and they'll try to find cracks. There are no cracks, I said. Martin left. Briar ate pancakes at the table where her father used to sit 40 years ago. My phone sat silent on the counter. 45 calls. 48 hours. Then nothing. The manila envelope sat open on Boyd's desk, somewhere across town. 12 pages. Vernon's signature. Deposition scheduled for July 28th. 5 days to prepare for questions he couldn't answer. And Marlene's car hadn't come back. Clyde opens his laptop and says 4 words that rewrite intent. March 15th, 4 months prior. We're in my office, blinds drawn, the hum of the air conditioner. The only sound besides my pulse in my ear. It's July 24th, 2023. 3 days since Morton's. 2 days since Boyd's desperate text. One day until I sit across from the district attorney. Clyde turns the screen toward me. Browser history. Marlene's home laptop. March 15th, 2023. 4 months before Highway 40. 4 months before 108 degrees and 2 bottles of water. 4 months before my son drove away and left me to die. How to prove diminished capacity elderly California, I read aloud. The timestamp says 9:42 a.m. Keep going, Clyde says. 9:57 a.m. POA elderly parent dementia signs. 10:14 a.m. contesting irrevocable trust undue influence. 10:33 a.m. California elder abuse financial exploitation statute of limitations. My hands are steady. That surprises me. I've built 53 buildings. I've negotiated union strikes and survived 3 recessions. But watching my daughter-in-law research how to declare me incompetent 4 months before they left me in the desert, that should shake me. It doesn't, because I already knew she was the architect. Boyd's the hammer. Marlene's the blueprint. There's more, Clyde says. He scrolls. April 2nd. Attorney consultation diminished capacity trust California. April 9th. Hiring private investigator spouse California. She was looking into you and Boyd simultaneously. She wanted leverage on both of us. Correct. And on May 18th, he clicks to a new page. She searched desert survival rate elderly heat 110 degrees. March 15th. 4 months. Premeditated. The word sits in my chest like a stone. This wasn't desperation, wasn't impulse. Marlene spent 104 days planning how to eliminate me and control my assets. She researched my death the way I'd research a foundation pour. Can we authenticate this, I ask. Already done. Forensic image captured July 20th. Chain of custody is clean. Her MAC address, her login credentials, her ISP. It'll hold up. I close my eyes. See Marlene at Thanksgiving 2022 asking about my estate planning. Just want to make sure you're protected, Dad. She called me Dad. March 15th was 4 months later. We meet with the DA tomorrow, I say. What's our position? Clyde pulls out a folder. Marcus Webb, Assistant District Attorney, late 40s, 15-year career, 87% conviction rate on financial elder abuse cases. He's smart, hates people who prey on seniors. I reached out yesterday. He's very interested. The Los Angeles County DA's office smells like burnt coffee and old carpet. Marcus Webb's handshake is firm, his eyes sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. He looks like someone who reads case files at midnight and remembers every detail. Mr. Garrison, he says, I've reviewed the preliminary materials. What you've experienced is unconscionable. We sit. Clyde distributes 3 folders, one for Webb, one for Webb's paralegal, one for me. The evidence is surgical financial records, audio recordings, browser history, witness statements, geolocation data. Walk me through it, Webb says. I do. April 16th, the $47,000 anomaly. Hiring Clyde on the 24th. The ghost contract. The hidden Fontana land. San Diego on June 3rd for the backup trust. Highway 40 on June 28th. Breyer's recordings. Marlene's counsel. Boyd's desperate calls. We can prove intent means conspiracy and attempted murder, Webb says. His pen taps the desk. The browser history establishes premeditation. The recordings establish conspiracy. The geolocation data and your medical records from the clinic establish the attempt. This is ironclad. Then why do you hesitate? I ask. Webb leans back. Because you're here to negotiate, not prosecute. Smart man. I don't want my son in a cell, I say. I want him to live and learn. Webb's eyebrows rise. After what he did, he's 41. He made a choice influenced by a woman who's been manipulating him for 19 years. I'm not absolving him, but I know my son. Marlene researched my death in May. Boyd didn't even know about the financial discrepancies until she told him. That doesn't excuse abandonment. No, I agree, but it contextualizes it. Clyde slides a document across the table. Proposed resolution. Boyd accepts guilt. Suspended sentence contingent on 5 years supervised probation, 500 hours community service working with senior advocacy groups, and full restitution of $1.2 million paid over 60 months. First payment due within 30 days. Webb reads. His paralegal reads. They exchange a look. And Marlene, Webb asks. I meet his eyes. Excluded. She planned this in March. She researched my incompetence, my death, and my assets for 4 months before Boyd ever agreed to anything. She brought a 14-year-old child into a conspiracy to defraud and kill. She deserves everything the law allows. Webb's pen stops tapping. You're asking for restorative justice for your son and retributive justice for your daughter-in-law. I'm asking, I say, for consequences that match intent. Boyd's weak. Marlene's calculating. The law should recognize the difference. Webb looks at the browser history again. March 15th, May 18th. The searches for diminished capacity and desert survival rates. If Boyd accepts this deal, Webb says slowly, he testifies against Marlene. Everything. The planning, the execution, the recordings. He doesn't get mercy and silence. Understood. And if he refuses, then you prosecute both, fully. Webb closes the folder, looks at his paralegal, looks at me. I'll draw up the offer, he says. Boyd has 48 hours from receipt to accept. If he signs, Marlene faces trial alone. The recordings, the browser history, the financial records, all of it goes to a jury. And Mr. Garrison, I want you to understand she's looking at 15 to 20 years if convicted. I nod. I know. We stand, shake hands. Clyde and I walk out into the July heat. My phone buzzes. Unknown number. I don't answer, because in 48 hours Boyd will have to choose his freedom or his wife. Mercy from his father, or loyalty to the woman who researched how long it takes a 69-year-old man to die in 108-degree heat. And Marlene's name doesn't appear anywhere on the immunity offer. Not once. Martin's voice on the phone carries the weight of federal involvement. FBI picked up James Whitfield this morning. I'm standing in my kitchen, coffee going cold on the counter. It's late July, 6 days since the DA meeting, and the walls are closing in on everyone who tried to bury me. Whitfield, I repeat. Boyd's cousin. By marriage, Martin says. Commercial real estate broker. Inland Empire. Marlene gave him up yesterday to leverage her own sentencing. And what she gave up changes the scope. I sit down. Explain. Marlene didn't just plan to take your assets. She planned to monetize them through Whitfield. He was positioned to purchase your liquidated properties at 30 cents on the dollar, flip them at market within 6 months, launder the profit margins through his brokerage. They had contracts drawn up, purchase agreements, escrow timelines, the Fontana land, the San Bernardino warehouse, the Riverside duplex I bought in 1998. All of it mapped, priced, queued for sale. They built an entire business model around my liquidation, I say, as if I were already in the dirt. Wire fraud, interstate conspiracy, Martin continues. FBI's involved now. This stopped being family law the moment Whitfield crossed state lines with purchase contracts. We're looking at federal charges. Marlene's cooperation bought her a reduced sentence recommendation, but Whitfield's looking at 8 to 12 years. I close my eyes. See James at Boyd's wedding 19 years ago, shaking my hand, telling me he admired what I'd built. 31 cents on the dollar. That's what my life's work was worth to him. How deep does this go, I ask. As deep as greed allows, Martin says. Whitfield had buyers lined up, silent partners. The Fontana land alone was set to net him $400,000 in profit within 90 days of your incapacitation. Incapacitation. That's the legal word for leaving a 69-year-old man in 108-degree heat with 2 bottles of water. Federal agents picked him up at his office this morning, Martin says. Marlene's playing every card she has, but it won't save her, just shifts some of the weight. I thank him, hang up, stare at the coffee. They didn't just want me gone. They wanted me profitable. Boyd sees Clyde in the LA County Courthouse corridor on August 2nd. I'm not there, but Martin tells me later, and the security footage confirms it. Boyd's waiting outside courtroom 7 with his defense attorney when Clyde walks past briefcase in hand, heading to a deposition for another case. Boyd stands. Recognition floods his face. "You're the guy," he says. Clyde stops. "That day in the Mojave, you saved my father." Clyde looks at him for 3 seconds. No expression. Then he speaks, voice flat and factual. "I've been on your father's payroll for 3 months before that day ever happened. April 24th, 2023. Boyd's attorney touches his arm. Boyd doesn't move. "What?" "Private investigator," Clyde says. "Licensed, bonded, retained. Your father knew about the financial discrepancies on April 16th. He hired me 8 days later. I tracked every withdrawal, every meeting, every burner phone call between you and Marlene. I was 50 yards behind your truck on Highway 40. I had water coordinates and a satellite phone before you even turned the ignition off. 3 months, payroll, staged." Boyd's knees buckle. His attorney catches him. Clyde adjusts his briefcase. "Your father," Clyde says, "let you make the choice. He just made sure you couldn't live with the consequences unchecked." He walks away. Boyd stands in the corridor for 11 minutes, staring at nothing. The security footage timestamp runs, and my son's face ages a decade in real time. He knew. The whole time. He let me do it. That's what Boyd says to himself, according to his attorney, who tells Martin, who tells me. And yes, I did. August 4th. Martin's boardroom in San Marino. The room smells like leather and old wood sunlight cutting through the blinds in precise lines. Boyd sits across from me. First time since the Mojave. He's thinner, hollowed out. His hands shake when he sets them on the table. "I'm sorry, Dad," he says. His voice cracks on the second word. "For all of it." I look at him for a long minute. See the boy who built Lego towers on this same table 35 years ago. See the man who left me to die 41 days ago. Both true, both him. I accept those words, I say. But apology and trust are entirely different. One you hand me today. Other takes a lifetime to earn back. He nods, wipes his eyes. Martin slides the agreement across the mahogany. 5 pages, single-spaced. Boyd's attorney has already reviewed it, but Boyd reads every line. 500 hours of community service with senior advocacy groups. $1,200,000 in restitution paid over 60 months. First payment due September worth $20,000. Suspended sentence contingent on full compliance. 1 violation and the deal collapses. Sign at the bottom of page 4, Martin says. Boyd picks up the pen. His hand steadies. He signs his full name, Boyd Anthony Garrison. The ink is black, permanent. I watch my son sign away 5 years of his life to earn back what he tried to steal in one afternoon. Martin witnesses, slides the document into a folder. It's done. Boyd stands but lingers at the threshold, turns back. Where's Briar? He asks. I meet his eyes. At my house, I say, where she belongs. His face crumples. Not grief, relief. He nods once, doesn't ask for details, and walks out. The door clicks shut. Martin exhales. That's the hardest thing you've done in this entire process, he says. No, I say. The hardest thing was letting him drive away in the first place. I think of Briar in my living room this morning, coloring at the coffee table where her father used to do homework 40 years ago. She asked if her daddy was coming home. I told her the truth someday if he earns it. Boyd's pen hovers over the signature line in my memory, then presses down. 500 hours, 60 payments, 1 narrow path back from the desert. Marlene's trial starts in October. Whitfield's in federal custody. Boyd has 27 days to make his first payment, and Briar has a grandfather who will make sure she never has to choose between loyalty and survival. The family court judge says the words that reshape a 14-year-old's future Petition for temporary guardianship is granted. Judge Brennan, mid-50s, gray hair pulled back in a neat bun, looks over her reading glasses at Breyer sitting beside me in the LA County Family Court chambers. October sunlight filters through tall windows. Martin sits to my left, files stacked in front of him. The courtroom smells like old wood and institutional carpet. Given the criminal proceedings against both biological parents, Judge Brennan continues, and the child's documented role in evidence collection that led to those proceedings, this court finds both parents temporarily unfit to maintain custody. Petition granted temporary custody to paternal grandfather Lyle Garrison, with permanent review scheduled in 90 days. The gavel hits. One sharp crack. Breyer lets out a long, shuddering breath beside me. Not relief. Release. The sound of someone who'd been carrying a weight far too heavy for their age. I put my hand on her shoulder. She doesn't pull away. Do you understand what this means? Judge Brennan asks Breyer directly. Breyer nods, then finds her voice. I don't have to go back. Not unless the court determines it's safe and appropriate, the judge says. And that determination will prioritize your safety and well-being above all other considerations. Breyer turns to me, eyes wet. Really, you're coming home with me, I say, today and every day after. She nods again, wipes her face. 14-year-old, and she's already learned not to cry in public. I'm going to teach her it's safe now. Outside the chambers, Martin shakes my hand. His grip is firm. Congratulations, he says. This is the single most important contract I've secured in 3 months, I tell him. Breyer's already at the vending machine down the hall, counting quarters I gave her. Martin watches her, then looks back at me. The 90-day review is procedural, he says. Unless Boyd or Marlene object and can demonstrate material change in circumstances, Judge Brennan will make it permanent. And given Marlene's facing 8 to 12 years and Boyd's under supervised probation for 5, it's permanent, I finish. Martin nods. She's safe. One breath, 7 years, finally released. We walk to the parking garage. Breyer walks close beside me the entire way. She doesn't say anything until I unlock the truck. Boyd's 47th hour of community service falls on a Thursday in late October. I know this because I drive past the Pomona Trade Skills Center on my way to a meeting with the county assessor. I don't stop. Don't slow down. But I see his truck in the parking lot, and I know the terms of his probation require him to log 10 hours per week until the full 500 are complete. What I don't learn until Martin calls me 3 days later, is what happened during his midday break that Thursday. Boyd's sitting on a bench outside the welding workshop eating a sandwich from the vending machine when he notices a kid studying a booklet. 22, maybe 23, wearing a Pomona Trade Skills t-shirt and work boots that still have that new leather stiffness. The kid, his name is Caleb, I learn later is reading with the kind of focus you only see in people who actually want to learn. Highlighter in one hand, pen in the other, making notes in the margins. Boyd watches him for a minute, then asks what he's reading. Caleb holds it up. The cover is faded corners bent from years of handling. But the title is still clear, Building from Nothing, Practical Guide for Young Tradesmen. Lyle Garrison, 1998. Free distribution only. Boyd stops chewing. Where'd you get that? He asks. Caleb shrugs. Instructor gave it to me first week. Said it's better than half the textbooks they assign. Old man Garrison, he printed thousands of these every year, 98 to 2010. Sent them free to every trade school in Southern California. My instructor said he never wanted credit, just wanted kids to learn. Boyd sets his sandwich down, reaches out. Can I see it? Caleb hands it over. The pages are worn soft, annotated by previous readers. Diagrams of foundation, pores, framing techniques, load calculations. Tips on dealing with inspectors, negotiating with suppliers, managing your first crew. Everything I learned the hard way, written down so someone else wouldn't have to. Boyd flips to the inside cover, handwritten in black ink, my writing from 25 years ago. To whoever needs this, you already have everything you need. Just start. That's... Boyd's voice breaks. He clears his throat, tries again. That's my father's handwriting. Caleb's eyes widen. You know, Mr. Garrison. Boyd stares at the booklet. At the diagrams I drew at my kitchen table in 1998 while he was upstairs doing homework. At the margins where I wrote encouragement to strangers, don't overthink it. Trust your measurements. Mistakes teach faster than perfection. Thousands of these. Every year. For 12 years. Printed at Kinko's, mailed to every trade school I could find. Never put my company name on them. Never asked for recognition. Just wanted kids who were starting out to have what I didn't, a guide that assumed they were capable. I watched my son hold a booklet I wrote before he graduated high school, before he stopped listening, before he learned to see me as obstacle instead of foundation. I thought I did, Boyd says finally, tears forming. I didn't. He hands the booklet back to Caleb with shaking hands. Stands. Walks to the bathroom. Stays there for 20 minutes. Caleb tells his instructor. The instructor calls the probation officer to confirm Boyd's still on site, not fleeing. The probation officer notes it in the log, subject emotionally affected after learning about familial connection to program materials. Remained compliant. No incident. Martin gets a copy of the log because he's monitoring Boyd's compliance. He calls me. Did you know he didn't know? Martin asks. About the manuals. Yes, I think about it. I stopped talking about my work around him when he was 16. He made it clear he wasn't interested. So no, I suppose he never knew. He knows now, Martin says. I hang up. Sit in my office. Look at the shelf where I keep one copy of each year's edition. 12 slim booklets. 12 years of hoping some kid would read page 47 about staying honest with subcontractors, or page 92 about treating your crew with dignity and build something good. Boyd sits on the trade school bench, holding the manual, thumbing through pages of diagrams and margin notes meant for strangers. Caleb walks back toward the workshop. Through the window, I'm not there, but I can see it in my mind, as clearly as if I were my son's shoulders shake. 41 years old, learning who his father was, from a 22-year-old apprentice holding a booklet I wrote before the world got complicated. Briar pulls a green envelope from my nightstand drawer and my wife's handwriting stops time. For Lyle. Open when you need to. We're sorting storage boxes in my bedroom on a gray November morning. Briar's been with me 3 weeks now, permanent custody granted without objection. She's organizing my closet with the precision of someone who survived chaos by creating order wherever she could. Grandma Joyce is writing, she says, holding the envelope up to the window light. It says to open when you need to. Do you need to now? I've known about that envelope for 5 years. Found it 2 weeks after Joyce died, tucked in her jewelry box with a note on top. Put this somewhere you'll see it. Open it when the time comes. You'll know. I put it in the nightstand. Looked at it every night. Never opened it. I think I do, I tell Briar. She hands it to me. The paper is thick, expensive. Joyce always bought good stationery. Said if you're going to say something worth remembering, use paper that lasts. I sit on the edge of the bed. Briar sits beside me, quiet. The seal breaks with a soft tear. Inside one page. Joyce's handwriting steady and clear. Dated April 2018. 5 years ago. 6 months before she died. My love, I read aloud. If you're reading this, Boyd has made a choice that hurt you. I don't know what it is, but I know our son, and I know you, and I know how this story can go. My throat tightens. I keep reading. If our son doesn't learn this from us, let life teach him. And when it does, be there to catch him, not to punish him. That's what fathers do, Lyle. You already know how. You caught me when I gambled our first mortgage payment on a bad investment in 1979. You caught Vernon when he crashed the forklift in 96 and thought you'd fire him. You catch people. It's what you do. Don't forget that when Boyd needs it most. I pause. Briar's watching me, eyes wide. You've always been better at mercy than justice, Joyce wrote. The world will handle the justice part. You handle the mercy. I love you. I trust you. And I know you'll do the right thing even when it costs you. Especially then. J. 5 years. Sealed. Waiting for exactly this. I hand the letter to Briar. She reads it slowly, lips moving slightly. When she finishes, she looks up at me. You did exactly what she wanted, she says. You caught him. She was smarter than both of us, I say. Briar folds the letter carefully, puts it back in the envelope, hands it to me. You should keep this somewhere you can see it. I put it in the top drawer of my dresser. Next to my watch and wedding ring. Joyce knew. 5 years before Highway 40, before Marlene's browser history, before any of it she knew. Martin calls that afternoon. Marlene took a straight guilty plea, he says. 18 months, $400,000 fine, permanent felony record. Her financial credentials are revoked. She'll never work in the field again. And Whitfield, federal custody. Wire fraud trial starts in January. Prosecutors are projecting 8 to 12 years. I lean back in my office chair. Look out the window at the yard where Briar's building something with scrap lumber Vernon dropped off yesterday. Boyd's payment 47 cleared this morning, Martin continues. 20,000 on time 11th month running. He's compliant. How many hours left on community service? 238. He'll finish by March. I thank Martin. Hang up. Watch Briar measure a board twice before cutting once. She's learning. Oh. Vernon retires on November 18th, 22 years to the day after I hired him. I meet him on the Garrison lumber showroom floor at closing time. The space smells like sawdust and oil, familiar as breathing. Vernon's cleaned out his office, boxed up 2 decades of paperwork and photos and coffee mugs that say things like, measure twice and safety third. Corinne's ready, he says. Corinne's 34, worked her way up from yard crew to operations manager in 7 years. Sharpfair knows lumber better than most people twice her age. She'll run this place better than I did. I know, I say. Vernon looks around the showroom. At the displays, Joyce helped design in 2003. At the pricing board, I update every Monday. At the corner where we keep the free coffee and the sign that says, take what you need, give what you can. Joyce used to say, Vernon starts, then stops. Clears his throat. She used to say, Bill, you take care of bricks, Lyle walls. The thing that holds it together is the thing you can't see. She meant you boss. I shake his hand. He holds it a beat longer than necessary. You caught me in 96, he says quietly. Forklift. I thought I was done. You said machines break, people learn, come back Monday. I never forgot that. You earned it, I say. So did Boyd, Vernon says. The catching, I mean, not the forgiveness. That's different, that's yours to give. He picks up his last box, walks to his truck. 22 years ending with a turn signal and a wave. Vernon hands over keys the way you pass a baton, not dropping it, trusting the next runner already knows the route. I stand on the showroom floor alone. Lights humming overhead. Dust settling in the corners. Next week, Corinne gets the keys. Full ownership transfer. The business Joyce and I built in 1981 will have a new name on the deed. But today I stand here a few minutes longer. Look at the corner where Joyce used to sit during lunch, reading the trades and marking up supplier catalogs. Look at the loading dock where Vernon taught 3 generations of yard crew how to stack without crushing your fingers. Look at the office where I signed Boyd's first paycheck in 1999 when he worked summers and thought he might want to build things. My phone buzzes. Briar texting, dinner ready when you get home. I made spaghetti. Real kind, not from jar. I lock the showroom. Walk to my truck. Drive home to a 14-year-old who's learning that stability isn't something you hope for. It's something you build one day at a time with people who show up. Vernon's truck pulls out of the Garrison lumber lot for the last time. And I think about Joyce's letter about catching people, about the thing that holds walls together that you can't see. Next week, keys to Corinne. Today I stand here a few minutes longer. The heavy brass keys to the Fontana warehouse leave my palm and settle into Corinne's. Early December. The air sharp and cold for Southern California. We're standing in the cleared warehouse where Boyd and Marlene once planned to hide assets. The space is empty now, swept clean, ready for something Joyce predicted 15 years ago, but never lived to see. Trade apprenticeship program launches January 6th, Corinne says. She's holding the keys the way you hold something sacred. First cohort, 12 kids. Free tuition, free tools, free manuals. Everything you gave people over the years, we give them. I look around the warehouse. 20,000 square feet. High ceilings. Good light. Joyce stood right here in 2008, hand on my arm, looking at the empty space with that expression she got when she saw 10 moves ahead. She told me once, Corinne says best way to anchor a legacy is give it to those with nothing because they treat it with the highest respect. That's what this program is. I remember that conversation. Summer 2008. Joyce and Corinne at the lumberyard talking about expansion plans. I was focused on square footage and profit margins. Joyce was focused on something else entirely. She stood right here, I say. Said, someday this will be for something bigger. I thought she meant expansion, more storage, higher margins. She meant this, Corinne says. I nod. Look at the space where 12 kids will learn to frame walls and pour foundations and read blueprints. Where they'll get the manuals I wrote. Where they'll learn that building things is about more than construction. It's about creating something that outlasts you. Who's teaching, I ask. Caleb signed on as lead instructor, Corinne says. The kid from Pomona, 23 now, said he learned from your manual and wants to pass it forward. 23. The age I was when I poured my first foundation and thought I knew everything. The age when you still believe the world makes sense if you just work hard enough. Good choice, I say. Corinne pockets the keys. We shake hands. She drives away in the truck that used to be Vernon's, and I stand in the warehouse alone for a minute, listening to the echo. Joyce's voice clear, as if she's standing beside me. Someday, this will be for something bigger. That night, Briar reads Joyce's list aloud in the kitchen over hot chocolate. It's the original list, laminated now to preserve it. Joyce's handwriting in blue ink, dated March 1981. 10 things I know for sure, written across the top. Briar's been reading it every night for 2 weeks, memorizing each item like scripture. Number 1, trust your measurements, she reads. Number 2, cheap tools cost more than expensive ones. Number 3, listen to the people who work with their hands. Number 4, never sign anything you wouldn't want read in court. She pauses at number 7, looks up at me. Don't let love blind you to truth, she reads slowly. Then, will you teach me that one, Grandpa, so I don't make the same mistakes? I watch Briar's finger trace Joyce's handwriting on a list written before she was born, teaching lessons to a granddaughter she never met. I'll teach you, I say, but you're already ahead of most people. You know the question to ask. She nods, goes back to reading. Number 8. Keep your word even when it costs you. Number 9. Build things that last longer than you do. Number 10. The quietest people are usually the ones holding everything together. When she's done, she folds the list carefully, puts it back in the drawer where I keep Joyce's letter and wedding ring. Grandma Joyce was smart, she says. Smarter than all of us, I tell her. Next morning, I drive the old 2003 Ford F-150 through Pasadena in that early light when everything looks softer than it is. Past the old Pomona branch we closed in 2015. Past the cemetery, where Joyce rests under a simple stone that says, she built more than buildings. Past the Pomona Trade Skills Center where Boyd's truck is already in the parking lot, 3 hours before his shift starts. He's early now, always early. learning what I tried to teach him 20 years too late. The engine ticks as it cools when I pull into my driveway. Metal contracting heat, releasing everything, settling into the shape it was always meant to hold. Briar's waiting on the porch with a steaming mug. Hot chocolate. She's wearing Joyce's old cardigan, the gray one that's 3 sizes too big. I sit in the quiet cabin of the truck for a minute. This vehicle is older than my granddaughter. The odometer reads 247,000 miles. Every dent tells a story. The cracked windshield from 2009. The coffee stain on the passenger seat from 2011. The scratch on the door from moving lumber in 2016. 40 years ago, I rolled into Los Angeles with $800 and a toolbox. No one waiting. No house, no wife. No idea what I was building toward. Today, there's Briar on the porch, patient, present, safe. I don't know if I won the long game or lost it. Don't know if catching my son instead of destroying him was wisdom or weakness. Don't know if Joyce would be proud of how I handled it or disappointed I let it happen in the first place. But I know this, it's the quietest morning I've had in 5 years. No phone calls from accountants about missing money. No midnight strategy sessions with Martin. No surveillance footage to review. No depositions to prepare for. Just a 70-year-old man in an old truck, a granddaughter on the porch, and the sound of wind moving through the trees Joyce planted in 1985. I get out, walk to the porch. Briar hands me the mug. Corinne called, she says. Said to tell you the first cohort is full. 12 kids, 6-month waiting list for the next one. Good, I say. We sit on the porch steps. Drink hot chocolate. Watch the neighborhood wake up. Briar leans against my shoulder, and I think about Joyce standing in the Fontana warehouse in 2008, seeing 15 years into the future with perfect clarity. Someday this will be for something bigger, she said. She was right. She was always right. And to you listening to my story, remember this: the hardest lessons we learn are often the ones we have to teach ourselves. I made mistakes raising Boyd. I trusted when I should have verified. I assumed loyalty was automatic because we shared blood. Don't make my mistake, love your children, but don't let love blind you to truth. Joyce tried to tell me this years ago. The greatest gift you can give someone isn't freedom from consequences, it's the chance to learn from them. These grandpa stories aren't just about revenge, they're about mercy and justice coexisting. I caught my son instead of destroying him because that's what fathers do. God put me through this trial to show me that legacy isn't measured in assets, it's measured in people we help rebuild. That warehouse Boyd planned for theft now teaches 12 kids to build with their hands. These are the grandpa stories worth telling, turning betrayal into purpose. Briar reads Joyce's list, nightly learning lessons I wish I'd mastered sooner. If this story resonated with you, I'd be honored if you'd share it with someone who needs to hear it. Drop a comment and tell me, would you have handled this differently? Your perspective matters. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to Dad's Revenge Stories. There are more lessons coming, and I want you here for them. Thank you for staying until the very end. Some details in this story were adjusted for storytelling purposes, but the lessons are real and the message is true. I was lying in a hospital recovery room after spinal surgery when I called my son and whispered, "The doctor says I may never walk normally again. I need you here." For a few seconds, there was only silence. Then he laughed. "Dad, I'm running a company, not a nursing home." Before I could answer, I heard my daughter-in-law's voice in the background. "Tell him to hire somebody. We're not wasting our lives taking care of an old man." The call ended. I stared at the ceiling for a long moment. Then I made 3 phone calls that changed everything. Before we go any further, thank you for being here. It genuinely means the world to me. Drop a comment and tell me, where are you watching from? Your city, your country. I want to know who's in this room with me. A quick note. This story contains fictional elements crafted for entertainment and educational purposes. Any similarity to real names or places is entirely coincidental, but the message it carries is something I hope stays with you. The first thing I remember after surgery wasn't pain. It was the silence. Not the peaceful kind, the kind that tells you something is wrong before your brain catches up. I lay there in that recovery room at Houston Methodist, staring up at fluorescent lights that hummed like they had somewhere better to be. And the first thought that crossed my mind wasn't about my back or my legs or what Dr. Wells had told me before they put me under. It was simpler than that. It was nobody is here, 74 years old, founder of Callaway Construction and Development, a company worth more than most men dare to dream, and not one familiar face in that room. I reached for my phone with a hand that felt like it belonged to someone else, slow, clumsy fingers that had once signed contracts worth millions, now fumbling with a touch screen like a child. My hip ached from lying still so long. My lower back felt like someone had packed it with broken glass. But it was the phone screen that hurt worst of all. No missed calls, no texts, nothing from Derek. I stared at his name in my contacts for a moment longer than I should have. Then I pressed call. He picked up on the fourth ring. I could hear the background noise of his office phones ringing, someone laughing down a hall. The kind of busy sounds that tell you a person is in the middle of their real life. "Dad?" His voice was flat. Not cold exactly, just absent, like I'd interrupted something important. "Derek." My throat was dry from the anesthesia tube. I swallowed hard and tried again. "Son." The surgery it went through, but Dr. Wells says the nerve damage is more serious than they thought. She says I'm going to need someone here with me for a while. Someone to help me get back on my feet. There was a pause. Not the kind where someone is thinking. The kind where someone already has their answer and is deciding how to deliver it. Then he laughed. It wasn't a warm laugh. It was short and sharp, the sound a man makes when he hears something he considers ridiculous. "You want me to come play nurse, Dad? Seriously?" His voice dropped into that particular tone he'd been using with me for the last few years, patient, patronizing, like he was explaining something obvious to someone slow. "I'm running a company. I can't just drop everything and fly to Houston every time you have a medical episode." My chest tightened. Not from the surgery, from something older and deeper. "Derek, I'm not asking you to. Hold on." I heard him shift the phone, the muffled sound of a hand covering the receiver. Then Vanessa's voice cut through clear enough that she clearly wanted me to hear every word. "Tell him he has a pension. Tell him to hire someone. We didn't build our lives to become caregivers, Derek." A pause. "Don't let him guilt you into this." The phone unmuffled. "You heard her, Dad." Derek's voice was quieter now, like he was embarrassed to be saying the words, but was going to say them anyway. "You've got money. Hire somebody. That's what it's for." I opened my mouth. I had things I wanted to say, 30 years of things, a lifetime of them. But what came out was barely a whisper. "I had surgery on my spine, Derek. I can't feel my legs properly. I thought maybe, Dad?" The word landed like a door closing. "I really can't do this right now." The line went dead. I held the phone against my chest and looked back up at those humming lights. The machine beside me beeped its steady, indifferent rhythm. Somewhere down the hall, a cart rattled by. Life in that hospital continued exactly as it had before, completely unmoved by the fact that my son had just told me without quite saying the words that I was on my own. Dr. Patricia Wells had walked into my recovery room an hour before that call. She was direct, the kind of doctor who didn't soften things unnecessarily, which I'd always respected. She told me the surgery had gone as well as it could have under the circumstances, but the spinal compression had been more severe than the scans suggested. She told me there was a real possibility I would never walk the way I used to. She told me I would need intensive physical therapy, careful monitoring, and consistent support during recovery. What she didn't tell me was what to do when the person who was supposed to provide that support laughed at the idea. I lay there for a long time after the call, long enough to feel the full weight of what had just happened settle into my bones, long enough to let myself feel it, really feel it, before I decided what to do next. Because that's the thing about building something from nothing. You learn early that you can sit in the wreckage or you can start clearing it. Sitting never got me anywhere. I looked at the phone again. My hand had stopped shaking. I pressed the next number. 30 years ago, I built Callaway Construction out of a 2-room office in Midtown Houston with a second-hand drafting table, a telephone that cut out in the rain, and the stubborn belief that if you worked hard enough and planned carefully enough, the world would eventually stop laughing at you. It did. What people forget about men who build things is that the building never really stops. You don't put up a company and then walk away. You watch it every day. You learn its rhythms, its pressure points, its vulnerabilities. You study it the way a surgeon studies the body, not because you love the mechanics, but because understanding the system is the only way to protect it. That's why when Derek hung up on me, I didn't cry. I didn't stare at the ceiling wondering where everything had gone wrong. I made 3 phone calls. The first was to the hospital's private care coordination office. A woman answered on the second ring, professional, unhurried. "This is Art Callaway in post-op recovery room 417, I said. My voice was steadier now. "I need a private duty nurse assigned to me starting today. Full-time around the clock. I want your best available." "Of course, Mr. Callaway. I'll have someone reach out within the hour. Make it 30 minutes. A brief pause. "Understood." I ended the call. The second number I dialed was my corporate banking contact at First Capital of Texas, a man named Douglas Reed, who had managed Callaway Corporation's primary accounts for 11 years. He picked up on the first ring the way people do when they see a name they recognize. "Mr. Callaway, good morning. What can I—" "Douglas." I kept my voice even and clear. "I need you to freeze all corporate credit lines and company cards currently authorized under the name Derek Callaway. Effective immediately." A short silence. "That's a significant action, sir. Can I ask—" "You can note in the file that I'm the primary account holder, and I'm exercising account control rights under our corporate banking agreement Section 7, which I believe you'll find gives me full authority to suspend secondary access without prior notice." I'd read that agreement 4 times over the years. You learn the documents that matter. "I don't require a reason to make this call, Douglas. But I am making it. Can you process that today?" "Yes, sir. I'll have it done within the hour." "Good." I set the phone face down on the hospital blanket for a moment. My back was burning. The painkillers they'd given me were starting to thin out at the edges, and every small movement sent a sharp reminder up my spine that my body had just been opened up and put back together. But my mind was working exactly as it always had. The third call was the one that mattered most. Robert Hale had been my attorney for 31 years. He'd helped me negotiate my first major contract, write my first real employment agreement structure, the early deals that turned a 2-room office into a regional powerhouse. He knew Callaway Corporation, the way a doctor knows a patient's chart, every detail, every decision, every clause we'd ever argued over at midnight before a deadline. He answered before the second ring. "Art." His voice carried the weight of a man who'd been expecting bad news since he first heard I was going into surgery. "Robert." I shifted against the pillow, wincing. "I need you to activate the Emergency Executive Transition Clause in the Callaway Corporation Charter. Article 9, Section 3, you know the one. A beat of quiet." I could picture him at his desk, already reaching for the right file. The clause in question was something we'd built into the company structure years ago as a safeguard. It allowed me, as the founder and controlling shareholder, to remove any executive officer from their position immediately and without board vote, provided I held more than 51% of voting shares. I'd never had to use it, but I'd insisted it be there, and Robert had argued with me about it for 2 weeks before finally agreeing. Right now, I was glad I'd won that argument. "You're removing Derek," Robert said. It wasn't a question. Effective today. I want the formal notice drafted and delivered to him and to the board by end of business. Another pause longer this time. Art, are you sure you just came out of... I'm sure. My voice didn't waver. 30 years ago, I built that company from nothing, Robert. I know exactly what I'm doing. I heard him exhale slowly the way he did when he disagreed with something, but respected the decision. All right, he said finally. I'll have the documentation ready within 2 hours and send confirmation to your phone. But Art, there's going to be fallout. There already is, I said. That's why we're doing this. After I hung up, I placed the phone on the blanket beside me and looked up at the ceiling one more time. The room felt different than it had 20 minutes ago, not warmer, not easier, but cleaner somehow, like a window had been opened. Derek would find out about the credit cards first. Then the formal notice would hit. I could imagine the moment he read it, that particular kind of disbelief that comes when a person realizes the world doesn't actually owe them what they assumed it did. I wasn't angry. I want to be clear about that. What I felt in that moment wasn't anger. It was grief, quiet, settled, bone-deep grief for a version of my son that I'd been holding on to for years, even after the evidence told me to let go. But grief and action aren't opposites. Sometimes grief is exactly what sharpens your focus. The door to my recovery room opened. A woman in scrubs stepped in, late 30s, calm eyes, the kind of unhurried confidence that comes from years of doing difficult work well. She glanced at my chart, then looked directly at me. Mr. Calloway, I'm Grace Bennett. I was told you requested private duty nursing. I looked at her for a moment. There was something in the way she stood there. No performance, no over-warmth, just straightforward and present that caught my attention in a way I couldn't immediately explain. That's right, I said. Pull up a chair, Ms. Bennett. We're going to be here a while. Grace Bennett did not behave the way most people behave around money. That was the first thing I noticed about her in those early hours after she walked into my recovery room. I had spent 50 years watching people adjust themselves the moment they learned who I was, straightening their posture, softening their voice, finding sudden reasons to be agreeable. It was reflexive, unconscious, in most cases, the way a plant tilts toward light. You get used to it after a while. You stop expecting anything different. Grace didn't tilt. She pulled the chart from the foot of my bed, said it with her full attention. The way a mechanic reads a diagnostic report, not impressed, not dismissive, just focused, and then looked up at me like I was a patient and nothing more. Your blood pressure is higher than it should be for someone 3 hours post-op, she said. Have you been making phone calls? Despite everything, I almost smiled. A few. That would explain it. She set the chart down and began checking the IV line along my forearm, her movements precise and unhurried. You're going to need to rest your nervous system, Mr. Calloway, not just your spine. The two are connected. You can call me Art. She glanced up briefly. I'll stick with Mr. Calloway for now. That was Grace. No performance, no warmth manufactured to make me comfortable. No careful positioning of herself as someone I should like. Just directness delivered without apology. Over those first 3 days, I watched her work. She arrived each morning before 6 and didn't leave until her replacement, a quiet overnight nurse named Sandra, took over at 10. She helped me through the brutal early sessions of physical therapy, where my legs responded to commands with all the enthusiasm of a broken engine. She held her expression steady when I grunted through pain that made my eyes water. She didn't flinch, didn't offer hollow encouragements, didn't tell me I was doing great when I clearly was not. That was terrible, she said after my first attempt to shift my weight from the bed to the chair beside it. My arms shook like wet paper. My lower body felt like it belonged to a stranger. Thank you for the honesty, I managed between gritted teeth. You'll do better tomorrow, she said. Then she helped me back into position with hands that were steady and sure. You did worse yesterday, so the trend is moving in the right direction. I burst out laughing, a short, sharp sound that surprised even me. It was the first time I'd laughed since before the surgery, and it hurt my ribs, and it felt like something I'd needed without knowing it. On the second night, I woke up at 2 in the morning with pain radiating from my lower back, up through my shoulders, the kind of deep structural ache that makes a man feel his age in every cell. Grace was doing her documentation at the small desk near the window when I stirred, and she was at my side before I'd fully gotten my bearings. "Scale of 1 to 10, she said quietly, already reaching for the call panel to adjust my medication timing. 6, I said. Maybe 7. Honest answer or tough answer? My chest ached at that. 7.5. She adjusted the dosage, settled the pillow behind my lower back, and pulled the blanket straight. The small, practical kindnesses of someone who has learned that comfort lives in the details. "You don't have to pretend it doesn't hurt," she said. "Old habit." I stared at the ceiling. The room felt enormous at that hour, the way rooms do when you are alone with something heavy. My wife used to say I treated pain like an inconvenience to be managed rather than a signal to be heard. Grace sat back down at her desk, but she was still facing me. "She sounds like she knew you well, better than I deserved." My throat tightened around the words in a way I hadn't expected. "She passed 9 years ago, Margaret." "I'm sorry. She would have been here," I said. The words came out before I could stop them, raw and unpolished, the way things get in the middle of the night. She would have driven herself to this hospital and set up camp in that chair and driven every nurse on this floor half crazy with questions. That was Margaret. Grace's expression shifted not with pity, which I couldn't have tolerated, but with something more careful. Recognition, maybe. "My father was sick for 2 years before he died," she said. Her voice was level, but I could hear the weight underneath it, the kind of weight that doesn't go away with time, only becomes more familiar. I was there every day I could manage. Some days I think about how different it might have looked if someone like him had access to proper support. I looked at her, then really looked at her. "Is that why you do this work?" She considered the question seriously, the way she considered everything. "Partly," she said. "And partly because people who are reduced to their worst moments deserve to be seen as more than that." Something in my chest cracked quietly at that. Not broke cracked. The way old wood does when heat finally reaches it after a long, cold season. I asked her carefully how she had ended up at Houston Methodist, specifically, out of all the hospitals in a city this size. It was a reasonable question. The kind you ask when you're getting to know someone. But something shifted in her face, barely a half-second thing, the way a person's expression changes when a question lands closer to home than expected. She answered smoothly enough. She'd trained here, built her network. Here knew the systems well. All true things I sensed, but not the whole truth. I didn't press. Not yet. On the third morning, a package arrived by courier. A thick envelope from the offices of Robert Hale, stamped with the firm's seal. The delivery nurse brought it in and set it on my tray table, and I could see it was the formal confirmation documents Robert had promised. I opened it slowly, my fingers still clumsy. The paperwork was all there. Derek's removal. The board notification. Clean, precise, irreversible. But tucked beneath the documents on a small piece of Robert's personal stationery was a note in his unmistakable, cramped handwriting. Just one line. "There's something else you need to know, Art. I'll come in person." I read it twice. Robert Hale had been my lawyer for 3 decades. He was not a man given to vague statements or unnecessary drama. If he was choosing to deliver something in person rather than by phone or document, it was because whatever it was didn't belong in writing. I set the note down on the blanket. My pulse ticked upward, not from fear exactly, from the particular alertness of a man who has learned to recognize the feeling of the ground shifting beneath him before the tremor is visible. Grace came in a moment later to check my vitals. She glanced at the documents on the tray, then at my face. "Good news or complicated news?" she asked. I folded Robert's note and slipped it beneath my hand. "The kind that comes in person," I said. She raised an eyebrow but didn't ask further. She wrapped the blood pressure cuff around my arm and pressed the button, and we both watched the numbers climb. "Still too high," she said. "I know," I told her. "It's going to get worse before it gets better." Robert Hale was 71 years old and had the posture of a man who had spent his career standing firm in rooms that were trying to push him out. He walked into my hospital room on the morning of October 18th, with his leather briefcase under one arm, and that expression I'd learned to read over 30 years of working together. The one that meant he had facts. Those facts were unpleasant, and he was going to deliver them anyway, because that was the job. He shook my hand first. Firm the way he always did, like the ritual mattered regardless of circumstances. Then he set the briefcase on the chair beside my bed, looked me over with the appraising eye of someone who has watched a person weather hard things before, and said, "You look better than I expected." "Low bar," I said. "Lowest." He pulled the chair close and sat down, and the fact that he didn't open the briefcase immediately told me he wanted to say something before the documents came out. "How's the pain?" "Manageable. Talk to me, Robert." He nodded once, accepting the redirect. He folded his hands on his knee, a habit he had when organizing his thoughts, and began. "Derek retained outside counsel the morning after the removal notice was delivered," he said. "A firm out of Greenway Plaza. They filed a preliminary challenge within 24 hours, which was fast. Aggressive." He paused. "They dropped it within 6 hours of filing." I watched his face. "Why?" "Because his own attorneys told him the truth." Robert leaned forward slightly. "Art, when Derek walked into that meeting with his lawyers and told them he was the CEO of Callaway Corporation and he intended to contest his removal. Do you know what the first thing they did was? They pulled the corporate charter. They pulled the corporate charter," he confirmed. "And then they had a very uncomfortable conversation with their client about the difference between having a title and having power." He opened the briefcase then and removed a single folder, setting it on my tray table. "You want to walk me through it, or you want me to?" "You," I said. "I want to hear how it sounds out loud." Robert opened the folder. "When you brought Derek on as CEO 8 years ago, we structured Callaway Corporation with a dual-class share system. You retained Class A shares, voting shares, 100% of them. Derek was issued Class B shares, which carry economic rights, meaning he participates in profits, but zero voting control. He cannot make binding corporate decisions, cannot override board appointments, and has no legal standing to contest executive removals made by the Class A shareholder." He looked up at me. "Which is you?" "Which is me." His attorneys explained this to him. Something moved behind Robert's eyes, not quite satisfaction, not quite sympathy. By all accounts, he did not take it well. I let that sit for a moment. The morning light was coming through the window at a low angle, casting long shadows across the floor of my room. I thought about Derek 8 years ago, the day I'd handed him the CEO title, the way his face had looked. Proud. Certain. Like he'd been handed something he'd earned rather than something I'd chosen to give. "He never read the charter," I said. "Not carefully enough to understand what he'd agreed to." Robert closed the folder. "Art, I need to ask you something directly." "Go ahead. How much do you know about what's been happening inside the company over the last year?" My chest tightened, but I kept my expression steady. "Tell me what you know." Robert reached back into the briefcase and produced a second folder, this one thicker with a small yellow sticky note on the front that read, "VH Confidential." He set it on top of the first. "Vincent Hale contacted me 2 nights ago," he said. Vincent Hale had been Callaway Corporation's chief financial officer for 20 years, a quiet, meticulous man from Beaumont, Texas, who had joined the company when it was still small enough that everyone knew everyone's name. He was not a man who made unnecessary calls. He said he'd been sitting on something for 6 months because he wasn't certain enough to act. When he heard about the removal, he decided certain enough had arrived. Robert opened the second folder and turned it so I could see the first page. It was a series of printed emails, each one highlighted in yellow at specific passages. My eyes moved down the first email, then the second. The sender address on every one of them was not Derek's corporate account. It was a personal address I didn't recognize, but the name attached to it made the back of my neck go cold. Vanessa, every strategic communication related to accessing your personal accounts, every contact with outside financial advisors, every preliminary inquiry to the bank about power of attorney arrangements, they all originated from Vanessa's personal laptop, Robert said. His voice was careful and deliberate, the voice of a man making sure each word lands clearly. Derek signed what she put in front of him. But the architecture of this, the planning, the sequencing, the legal framing, that was her. My jaw tightened. I could feel my pulse in my temples. How long? Based on the earliest email Vincent found, she began laying groundwork approximately 2 years ago. 2 years. While I was sitting at company dinners with them. While I was signing birthday cards for their house, attending Tyler's baseball games, doing all the ordinary things that families do when they are pretending to still be a family. She's been building a case to have me declared mentally incapacitated, I said. It wasn't a question. The emails had already told me. That appears to have been the endgame, yes? Robert's voice tightened slightly. If she could establish a pattern of cognitive decline documented, attested to by people around you, she could pursue a guardianship filing through the probate court. Under Texas law, that would give the appointed guardian, almost certainly Derek, control over your financial and legal affairs. He paused to let that land. Including Callaway Corporation's assets. I looked out the window. On the street below, Houston was doing what Houston always did, moving, building, hauling, transacting, completely indifferent to the small, private devastations happening at altitude. Vincent, I said, is he trustworthy? He drove to my office at 9 at night with a flash drive and his resignation letter in the same envelope, Robert said. He told me he'd rather walk away clean than be part of whatever this was becoming. Robert's voice shifted, and something in it made me look back at him. He tore up the resignation letter when I told him you'd need him. My throat felt thick. Good man. He is. Robert squared the folders on the tray table. Art, there's more. I want to tell you everything I know today while we're in the same room. But I also need you to understand that what we're dealing with is not just a family dispute. This has dimensions that are going to require careful management. He looked at me steadily. Are you ready for that? I held his gaze. My back ached. My legs still felt distant and unreliable beneath the blanket. The machine beside me beeped its patient rhythm. Robert. I said, I have rebuilt this company from nothing more than my own stubbornness more than once. Whatever Vanessa thinks she built against me, she built it against someone who has survived worse. I reached out and tapped the folder on the tray. Show me everything. Robert reached into the briefcase one final time. Before he could produce whatever came next, his phone buzzed on the side table. He glanced at the screen. A ripple crossed his face, brief, controlled, but there, and he stood up. I need to take this in the hall, he said. 1 minute. He stepped out. The door hadn't fully closed when I heard his voice drop to something low and urgent on the other side of it. I looked at the folders on my tray. I looked at the door. Grace came in to check my IV line and caught my expression. Whatever just happened, she said, reading my face with that unsettling accuracy of hers. It wasn't good news. No, I said. My hands were very still on the blanket. I don't think it was. Margaret used to say that secrets inside a family are like termites inside a wall, quiet, invisible. And by the time you see the damage, the foundation is already gone. I thought about that line a lot on the afternoon of October 19th, sitting in my hospital bed, watching the Texas sky outside my window turn from pale blue to the deep burnt orange it gets before the sun drops behind the city. Robert had texted that morning to say he was coming back. He hadn't said why. He hadn't needed to. He walked in at 4:15, set his briefcase down, and before he even sat, I said, "Whatever you found, just say it." Robert pulled the chair close, laced his fingers together, and looked at me with the expression of a man who has practiced a difficult conversation on the drive over and still hasn't found a comfortable way to begin it. "The phone call I took yesterday," he said. "That was Vincent Hale. He'd been going through internal financial records, the kind that don't get flagged in routine audits because they're structured to look like standard operational disbursements." He opened his briefcase and placed a single printed summary sheet on my tray. "Art, 10 years ago when you liquidated part of your personal investment portfolio, do you remember telling me it was a rebalancing move?" My chest went very still. "I remember. That wasn't a rebalancing move." I let out a slow breath through my nose. "No, it wasn't." Robert leaned forward. $4 million. Paid through a financial intermediary company you set up specifically for that transaction, which then dissolved 18 months later. Clean, untraceable to Derek directly. He paused. "I helped you structure that. I knew what it was for. But what I didn't know until last night was that it didn't stop there." The room felt smaller suddenly. The machine beside me beeped indifferent as ever. "How much more?" I asked. My voice came out steadier than I felt. "Vincent's numbers put it at an additional 1.2 million over the following 4 years. Smaller amounts, different channels, all filtered through companies that no longer exist." Robert met my eyes. "Derek has been insolvent in practical terms for most of his adult life. The lifestyle, the house in West University, the cars, none of it was built on what he earned. It was built on what you quietly made disappear." The tightness in my chest spread up into my throat. I gripped the blanket with one hand, feeling the fabric bunch under my fingers, needing something solid to hold on to. "He never said thank you," I said. The words came out low, almost involuntary. Not once, not a single time. Robert's expression shifted, something raw and honest moved across his face, there and gone. "I know Art." I told myself it was because he didn't know. My eyes were burning now, stinging in a way I hadn't expected, and I pressed my lips together hard. I structured it so he wouldn't know, so he wouldn't have to feel like he'd failed. I thought I was protecting him. "You were," Robert said quietly. "I was protecting myself," I said, and the truth of it hit me in the sternum like a physical blow. I didn't want to see what he'd become. So I made the problem go away and told myself it was love. Grace was near the window adjusting the blinds against the low afternoon sun. I heard her go very still at that, her hands stopping on the cord, but she didn't turn around. She was giving me the only privacy the room allowed. "What happened to the money?" I asked. "The 4 million. What did he spend it on?" "Sports betting primarily. Some high-risk private investment groups that promised returns they couldn't deliver. The kind of outfits that operate just inside the legal edge." Robert paused. "He has a pattern, Art. Not a phase. A pattern." I turned my face toward the window. The sky was nearly dark now, the last orange edge of it fading fast. Margaret had loved Houston sunsets. She used to drag me out to the back porch in the evenings, insisting I stop working long enough to watch the sky do something beautiful. I could picture her standing there, her hand on my arm, saying, "Art, would you just look at that?" I missed her so badly in that moment. It felt like a physical wound opening up somewhere behind my ribs. "She knew," I said. "Margaret. She knew something was wrong with him even when I wouldn't see it. She was a perceptive woman, she told me once." My voice cracked slightly, and I had to stop and swallow before continuing. "She told me that giving a person everything they want is one of the cruelest things you can do to them." I thought she was being harsh. I laughed short and broken. She was right. She was right about everything. Robert gave me a moment. I was grateful for it. Then Grace turned from the window and walked to the side of my bed. She didn't touch my hand. She wasn't that kind of person, and I wasn't that kind of man. But she stood close enough that I could feel her presence steady and real, and she looked at me with those calm, direct eyes of hers. "What do you need right now, Mr. Calloway?" she asked. "Not what do you want to do, not how are you feeling. What do you need?" I took a long breath and straightened my back against the pillow, feeling the familiar burn of the surgical site pulling tight. "I need to know if there's more," I said, looking back at Robert. "Is there anything else Vincent found that I don't know yet?" Robert hesitated, and in 31 years Robert Hale had almost never hesitated. "There is," he said. "But I want Vincent to walk you through it himself. Some things are better heard from the person who found them." He closed his briefcase. "I'd like to bring him tomorrow morning, early." My jaw tightened. My hands were still on the blanket, steady now where they had gripped hard before. "Fine," I said. "Early. And Robert, whatever it is, don't soften it." He picked up his briefcase and stood, and the look he gave me on the way out was the look of a man who had known me long enough to understand that the warning wasn't necessary, but appreciated it anyway. After he left, I looked at Grace. "My father used to say," she said carefully, "that the most expensive thing a man can own is a secret he keeps to protect someone else." I stared at her for the long moment. Then I said, "Your father sounds like he knew something about that firsthand." Something flickered across her face, quick and complicated there, and gone before I could name it. She straightened the blanket at the foot of the bed. "Get some sleep, Mr. Calloway," she said. "Tomorrow's going to be a long day." Vincent Hale arrived at 7:15 the next morning, before the breakfast trays came around, and before the day shift had fully settled into its rhythm. I heard him before I saw him. The particular sound of a man walking with purpose through a hospital corridor, measured and unhurried, but with no wasted motion. He appeared in the doorway, in a charcoal blazer, with no tie, his salt and pepper hair combed back neatly, and he looked like a man who had slept about as well as I had, which was to say, not much at all. "Mr. Calloway." He crossed the room and shook my hand firm, direct the handshake of someone who respects your time. "I'm glad you're well enough to have this conversation." "Sit down, Vincent," I said, "and talk to me like the CFO. You are not like someone visiting a sick man." Something shifted in his posture, a small release of tension, like I'd given him permission to drop a performance he'd been holding. He sat in the chair across from me, placed a tablet flat on the tray table, and folded his hands over it. Robert stood near the window. Grace was at the far end of the room checking medication. Neither of them was going anywhere. "I need to show you something," Vincent said. "And I need to preface it by saying that what I'm about to show you came to me through an informal channel. A contact of mine in hospital security. We go back 15 years. We were in the same church congregation in Beaumont before I moved to Houston. He passed this along because he didn't know what else to do with it." Vincent held my gaze steadily. "This footage has not been submitted to anyone officially. It is not a legal document. But you have a right to see it." "Show me," I said. He turned the tablet to face me and pressed play. The video was grainy the way hospital corridor footage always is, washed out by fluorescent light, timestamps burned into the bottom right corner in white digits. The hallway shown was the 3rd floor of Houston Methodist, the same floor my recovery room sat on. The date read October 16th. The time read 2:17 in the morning. A figure appeared at the far end of the hallway. Male, medium build, wearing a dark jacket with the collar turned up. He walked toward the camera slowly, hands in his pockets, and stopped outside the window that looked into the recovery suite where I had been lying that night. My recovery suite. I recognized Derek before he'd taken 3 steps. The way he carried his shoulders slightly forward, the particular rhythm of his walk, I had watched that walk since he was 7 years old. He stood at that window and looked in. I watched the timestamp in the corner of the screen. 2:17, 2:18, 2:19. He didn't move. He stood with his hands still in his pockets, and he looked through that window at whatever he could see of me in that bed. And he did not knock, did not call a nurse, did not press the emergency assistance panel that was clearly visible on the wall 2 feet from where he stood. 2:20, 2:21. My throat was closing. I could feel the tightness crawling up from my chest into my jaw, and I pressed my back teeth together hard. 2:24, 2:25. He checked his watch. He looked back through the window. Then he turned and walked back the way he had come, disappearing off the edge of the frame. 4 minutes after that, according to the incident report, Robert had obtained the night nurse on her regular rounds, found me on the floor of my recovery room. I had tried to shift myself to the edge of the bed without calling for help. My legs hadn't responded, and I had gone down hard against the side rail. I didn't remember any of it clearly. I remembered pain, then voices, then light. 14 minutes. Derek had stood at that window for 14 minutes. Vincent reached across and stopped the playback. He sat back in his chair and looked at me with the careful expression of a man who understands that some information cannot be unseen. I was gripping the side rail of my hospital bed so hard, my knuckles had gone white. My eyes were burning, not quite tears, but close enough that I had to blink hard twice and look at the ceiling for a moment. "He was there," I said. My voice came out rough, scraped, raw. "He was right there." "Yes, sir," Vincent said. His voice was quiet. "He was. He watched." The word came out like something broken. He stood there, and he watched, and then he walked away. Robert made a sound near the window, low, almost inaudible, the sound a man makes when something has confirmed a fear he'd been carrying. "There is no law that compelled him to intervene," Robert said carefully. "He wasn't your designated caregiver. He had no legal obligation, technically speaking. But as evidence of intent and character, I don't need a legal analysis right now, Robert." My voice came out sharper than I intended, and I stopped, pressed my hand flat against the blanket, forced myself to breathe. "I'm sorry. Give me a minute." Grace had crossed the room without me noticing. She wasn't touching me, she understood. I wasn't the kind of man who wanted to be handled in hard moments. But she was standing near enough that when I turned my head, she was there. "I kept calling him," I said to her, to no one to the room. "After the surgery, when I didn't know what was happening with my legs, I kept looking at the door, thinking he might still come." My voice cracked on the last word, and I stopped again, hating the sound of it. I told myself he was just busy, that he didn't understand how serious it was. "He understood," Grace said. Not cruelly, just plainly, the way she said everything. The grief that had been sitting in my chest since October 14th shifted into something harder and colder and more settled. Not anger exactly, something beyond anger. The kind of clarity that comes when you finally stop hoping you were wrong. "Save the file," I said to Vincent. "Every copy, every backup stored somewhere he can't reach." "Already done," Vincent said. 3 separate locations. I looked at him, then really looked at him. 20 years this man had worked for my company. 20 years of quarterly reports and late nights and decisions made under pressure, and he had driven to Robert's office with a flash drive and a resignation letter because he couldn't carry the weight of this alone anymore. "Vincent," I said, "you could have stayed out of this, kept your head down and let it play out." He met my eyes without flinching. "With respect, Mr. Calloway," he said, "I've worked for Calloway Corporation for 20 years because it was built on something real. I wasn't going to watch it get hollowed out without saying something." My throat was tight again. I nodded once. "After this is over," I said, "we're going to talk about what your next 20 years look like." A corner of Vincent's mouth moved, barely a smile, more like the shadow of one. "I'd appreciate that, sir." After they left, I lay in the quiet of the room watching the ceiling. Grace came to check my vitals without being asked the way she always did when she sensed the numbers had shifted. She wrapped the cuff around my arm, looked at the reading, and said nothing about the result. Instead, she asked very quietly, "How long has he worked for you?" 8 years as CEO, I said. "He's been around the company since before that." "And in 8 years," she said, pressing the cuff release, "did you ever really look at who he was becoming?" The question landed somewhere deep and quiet. I looked at my hands on the blanket. "No," I said. "I kept looking at who I remembered him being." She noted something on her clipboard and moved toward the door. Then she stopped, hand on the frame, and said without turning around, "Sometimes the hardest thing isn't finding out the truth. It's admitting how long you already knew it." She walked out. I stared at the door long after she was gone. There are conversations that begin as small talk and end as confessions. I hadn't planned to ask Grace anything significant that night. It was October 23rd, 9 days since the surgery, and the hospital had settled into its late evening quiet, the kind that makes a room feel larger than it is, makes a man more honest than he might be in daylight. I was propped up against the pillows, watching her move through her end-of-shift routine, and I found myself studying her the way you study something you've been meaning to understand. "Grace," I said. She looked up from the medication log. "Mr. Calloway, you never finished answering my question about why you chose this hospital." She set the clipboard down on the desk. Her hands were steady, they always were, but something in the set of her shoulders shifted just slightly, the way a person shifts when they decide to stop performing composure and just have it. "No," she said. "I didn't. I'm asking now." She pulled the chair to the side of my bed and sat down, which she didn't always do. The fact that she sat told me she'd already decided to answer. "My father's name was Thomas Bennett," she said. "Does that mean anything to you?" The name hit me somewhere low in the chest, soft and sudden, like a stone dropping into still water. I held very still. "Thomas Bennett," I repeated. "He was an architect and a builder," Grace said. Her voice was even carefully even, the way voices get when the person speaking has rehearsed the words enough times that the emotion has been worn smooth. In the early 1980s, he went into business with a man he trusted. They built something together from the ground up, literally with their own hands. And then, when the company started to become something real, his partner found a way to buy him out without technically breaking any laws. She looked at me directly. "You know how that works, I'm sure." My throat went dry. "Share dilution," I said. "A new investment round," she confirmed. "Priced high enough that my father couldn't participate. His percentage dropped from 30% to less than 4% within 18 months. Then came the buyout offer, lowball, take it or leave it. He took it because he had a family and no leverage, and the alternative was a legal fight he couldn't afford." She paused. "He spent the rest of his life working for other people's companies. He died in 2019. A small house in Pasadena, Texas. Nothing left." The weight of that pressed down on my chest until I could feel it in my breathing. "Grace," my voice came out rough. "The partner that was me." "Yes," she said, simply. No venom in it, which somehow hurt more than venom would have. "Then why?" I started again. My eyes were stinging badly now, and I blinked hard, furious at myself for it. "Why are you here? Why did you take this job? Why are you sitting in that chair right now instead of what?" she said. "Hating you. You'd have every right." Grace looked down at her hands for a moment, then back up at me. "My father didn't raise me on hatred, Mr. Calloway. He was bitter for a while, I won't lie to you and say he wasn't. But by the end, what he talked about most wasn't what he lost. It was what he built in those first years before everything went wrong." Her voice wavered just once like a candle in a draft, and then steadied. "He used to say that the work itself was the thing that mattered, that nobody could take the work away from him." I pressed my hand flat against the blanket, hard, trying to hold something together that felt like it was pulling apart. "I took everything else," I said. "You did," she agreed. She didn't soften it. I respected her for that. "Then why?" I asked again, and this time my voice cracked on the word, and I didn't try to hide it. "Why come here, Grace? Why take care of me?" She was quiet for a beat, not the avoidant kind of quiet, but the kind where someone is choosing words that are actually true. "Because I needed to see if you were the man my father described from the early years," she said, "or only the man from the end of the story." She met my eyes steadily. And because I believe that people can be more than their worst decisions, I needed to believe that, for my own sake as much as anything. I turned my face toward the window. Houston glittered out there in the October dark, indifferent and beautiful, and my eyes were burning so badly I could barely see it. 30 years. I had spent 30 years not thinking about Thomas Bennett, because thinking about him required acknowledging what I had done, and I was very good at not acknowledging things that complicated the story I told myself about who I was. He was a good builder, I said. My voice had dropped to almost nothing. Better instincts than me early on. I was afraid of that. I know, Grace said quietly. He said the same thing about you in his journal, not as an accusation, just as a fact. My head snapped toward her. He kept a journal. Something moved across her face, careful, deliberate. He kept a journal, she said, and there are things in it about you that I think you should read. Not tonight, but soon. She stood smoothing her scrubs, composing herself back into the professional she was. When you're ready. I watched her move to the door, my heart hammering in a way that had nothing to do with my spine. Grace. She stopped. I'm sorry for what I did to your father. I know that's 30 years too late, and I know it doesn't fix anything. But I am. She stood in the doorway with her back to me, and her shoulders rose and fell with one long breath. Tell me that again when you're out of this hospital, she said, and mean it the same way. Then she walked out, and I lay in the dark with the particular weight of a man who has just seen himself clearly for the first time in a very long while. A man who has kept a secret for 3 years carries it differently than a man who has kept it for 3 days. Robert Hale walked into my hospital room on the morning of October 25th, with his briefcase under his arm, the same as he always did. But his posture was different. There was something compressed about him, the way a person holds themselves when they've made a decision they can't take back and are walking toward the consequences of it. I knew before he opened his mouth that whatever he was about to tell me was going to cost both of us something. He closed the door behind him. Didn't open the briefcase. Just sat down in the chair across from me and put his hands on his knees and looked at me the way a man looks at someone he has wronged. Art, he said, I need to tell you something before we go any further. And I need you to let me finish before you say anything. My chest tightened. Go ahead. He took a breath that was slower than his usual measured pace. 3 years ago, I was approached through an intermediary, a consultant I'd worked with on a commercial real estate transaction, someone I had no reason to distrust at the time. The approach was indirect, careful, structured in a way that gave everyone involved plausible distance. His jaw tightened. The offer was $200,000. To make a single change to the interim estate document you signed after Margaret died. The air in the room felt different suddenly, thicker. What change? I said. My voice came out flat, stripped of everything. Your original document required a panel of 3 independent parties to petition for conservatorship if you were ever deemed unable to manage your own affairs, Robert said. He held my gaze without flinching, which I understood was costing him. The revision changed that to allow a single qualified family representative to initiate the process. He paused. 1 person, not 3, which meant that Derek, with Vanessa directing him, could theoretically have moved to have you declared legally incapacitated with far less resistance than your original document allowed. My hands were gripping the side rail of the bed. I could feel the metal digging into my palms, and I didn't loosen my grip. You took the money, I said. I took the money. He said it straight, no hedge, no softening. And I have spent 3 years not sleeping properly because of it. I stared at him. Robert Hale. 31 years. The man who had argued with me for 2 weeks about Article 9, Section 3, until I threatened to find another lawyer. The man who had been at Margaret's funeral standing 3 rows back so he wouldn't intrude on family. The man whose name I had said to every person who asked me who I trusted. Why? The word came out harder than I intended, scraped and raw. Robert's face tightened with something that looked almost like physical pain. "Because I was in debt," he said. "Personal debt, not professional, a real estate investment that collapsed badly in 2020. I had a second mortgage I was about to default on, and a daughter finishing medical school, and I told myself it was one small clause, one small change, something that might never even matter." His voice broke slightly on the last sentence, and he stopped, pressed his mouth together, composed himself. "I told myself a lot of things. But you came back," I said slowly. "You're here right now. I reversed the clause 6 months ago," he said, "before your surgery was even scheduled. I paid out of my own pocket to have the document properly amended through proper channels, no trace back to you, no legal exposure for you. The original 3-party requirement is restored." He reached into his briefcase and placed a certified copy on my tray. "I can't undo what I did, but I could undo what it made possible." I looked at the document. Then I looked at Robert. His eyes were glassy, not quite tears, but the absolute edge of them, the place a proud man stands when he refuses to cross into crying, but cannot pretend he is fine. "You should know," he said, his voice rough now, "that if you choose to report this to the state bar, I will not contest it. What I did was a violation of my professional obligations and my personal ones. I have no defense that matters." The room was very quiet. Grace was near the window. I was aware of her presence the way you're aware of a steady light in a dark room without looking directly at it. I sat with it. All of it. The $200,000, the sleepless years, the clause he'd reversed alone before I ever knew it existed. Robert. My voice came out tired, bone-tired, the kind of tired that has nothing to do with the body. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because I was ashamed." He said it without decoration. "And because I kept hoping it would never become relevant. That Derek would find a way to be the man you hoped he was." He looked down at his hands. "I was wrong about that." I exhaled slowly. "You were wrong about a lot of things." "Yes, so was I." I held his gaze until he looked up at me. "You reversed the clause. You came back. You've been building this case with me for the last 2 weeks, knowing this was sitting between us." My hands loosened on the rail. "I need you, Robert. I need the best attorney I know, and that's still you, even with all of this." I let that land for a moment. "But we are going to talk about this again when it's over, fully." Robert's breath came out in one long, shaking exhale. His hands on his knees were trembling very slightly, the hands of a 71-year-old man who had been carrying $200,000 of shame for 3 years and had just put it down. "Understood," he said. "Thank you, Art. Don't thank me yet." I picked up the certified document from the tray. "Now sit down and tell me everything else, because Dr. Wells is coming in 20 minutes, and there's something about those vitamins Vanessa brought that I think we need to talk about right now." Robert stiffened. "What vitamins?" Before I could answer, the door opened, and Dr. Patricia Wells stepped in, her expression carrying the particular gravity of a physician who has results she didn't expect and doesn't know yet how the patient will receive them. "Mr. Calloway," she said, looking between me and Robert, "I'm glad you have your attorney present. You're both going to want to hear this." I had faced a lot of difficult moments in 74 years. I had buried my wife. I had watched a company I built with my own hands come close to collapsing twice. I had sat in rooms with men who wanted to take everything I had and smiled at them while they tried. But nothing, not one moment in my entire life had prepared me for what Dr. Patricia Wells said next. She stepped fully into the room, closed the door behind her, and placed a small, sealed evidence bag on my tray table. Inside it was the amber prescription bottle Vanessa had brought us during her visit 4 days earlier. She had set it beside my water glass with a warm smile and said they were high-quality senior vitamins, the kind with extra B12 and magnesium. She had even opened the bottle and shaken 2 capsules into my palm herself. I sent these to the lab 3 days ago, Dr. Wells said. Her voice was composed in the way that doctors are trained to be composed when the news is serious. She looked between me and Robert. The preliminary results came back this morning. The capsules contain a therapeutic compound that is not listed anywhere on the label. Robert leaned forward. What compound? Lorazepam, she said. It's a benzodiazepine, a class of medication used to treat anxiety and sleep disorders. In a clinical setting at appropriate doses, it's a legitimate pharmaceutical. She paused to let that land. In these capsules, it was present at a low but consistent dose, not enough to cause obvious sedation, but enough taken daily over several weeks to produce measurable cognitive effects. Slowed processing, mild confusion, short-term memory gaps. She looked at me directly. Symptoms that, documented by a physician who didn't know the cause, could reasonably be attributed to age-related cognitive decline. The room tilted slightly. Not physically, I was perfectly still, but something in my understanding of the past weeks rearranged itself, and the new picture it formed made my stomach turn cold and hard. She was building a case, I said. The words came out low and stripped bare. That's why she brought them herself. That's why she put them directly in my hand. That would be consistent with the evidence, yes, Dr. Wells said carefully. I want to be clear, I am not making a legal determination. But from a medical standpoint, the presence of this compound in an unlabeled supplement given to an elderly post-surgical patient without a prescription is deeply serious. She straightened. Under Texas law, deliberately administering a controlled substance to an elderly individual without their knowledge or consent constitutes injury to an elderly person. It is a felony. Robert had gone very still beside me, the stillness of a man whose legal mind is processing at full speed, while the rest of him absorbs the shock. Can you document this officially? He asked. Full medical report, your signature, the lab results, chain of custody for the sample. I already started the documentation this morning, Dr. Wells said. I wanted your authorization before I finalized it. She looked at me. Mr. Calloway, this is your call. Once I submit this through official channels, it becomes part of a formal record. That has implications. I looked at that little amber bottle in its sealed bag. I thought about Vanessa sitting in the chair beside my bed, her voice warm and solicitous, her hand steady as she tipped those capsules into my palm. I thought about how I had thanked her, how I had swallowed them with water while she watched. My jaw tightened until I could feel it in my temples. The fury that moved through me was the cold kind, the kind that doesn't shout, the kind that settles into your bones and becomes something you build with. Document everything, I said. Every detail. I want it airtight. Dr. Wells nodded, once picked up the evidence bag, and said she would have the completed report to Robert by end of day. At the door, she paused and turned back, and the professional composure cracked just enough to show something human underneath it. Mr. Calloway, she said quietly, I've been practicing medicine for 22 years. What was done to you was calculated and deliberate. I want you to know I take that very seriously. After she left, I looked at Robert. His face had gone through several things in the last 10 minutes and had arrived at a kind of focused fury that I recognized because I felt it too. She's been running this on multiple tracks simultaneously, he said. The bank inquiries, the estate documents, the footage, and this. Each one a layer. If any single layer failed, the others would still be in place. She's thorough, I said. The word tasted like ash. She's dangerous, Robert said flatly. Art, we need to accelerate everything. Vincent needs to be brought fully in. The board needs to be prepared. He was already reaching for his phone. And you need to not touch anything else Vanessa brings you. Nothing. Not water, not food, not a pen. Understood? My hands were very still on the blanket. Still and deliberate the way hands get when the person they belong to has made a decision so fundamental it doesn't require conscious effort anymore. Grace had been at the far end of the room through all of it, and she came to stand near the bed now, not hovering. Just present the way she always was when something difficult had just occurred, and she understood that presence mattered more than words. "Grace," I said, "from this point forward, I don't want you to leave anything in this room unattended. If someone brings something in food supplements, anything, it goes in that cabinet and stays there until I decide otherwise." She met my eyes with an expression that mixed steadiness with something that looked very close to protectiveness. "Already done," she said. "I moved the bottle to the nursing station 2 days ago, before Dr. Wells asked." I stared at her. "You suspected. I noticed your response times were slower than they should have been given your recovery trajectory," she said quietly. I didn't know what it meant, but I wasn't willing to do nothing while I figured it out. Something cracked open in my chest, not grief this time, not anger. Something closer to gratitude, so sharp it hurt. "Thank you," I said. The two words felt entirely inadequate and entirely necessary at the same time. Grace straightened professional again. "Rest," she said. "You have a fight ahead of you, and you can't run it on an empty tank." She was right. I closed my eyes and felt the cold clarity of a man who finally understands the full shape of what is coming for him and has decided without drama and without doubt that it will not win. 8 days after I left Houston Methodist, the River Oaks house felt both familiar and foreign at the same time. The same hardwood floors Margaret had picked out in 1987. The same view of the back garden from the kitchen window. The live oak she planted the year Tyler was born, now tall enough to shade the entire south corner. The same photographs on the study wall, job sites and groundbreakings and handshakes with people who had mattered to me across 40 years of building. All of it exactly as I had left it. And yet I moved through it differently now, with a walker instead of my own stride, with Grace nearby, instead of alone with the knowledge of the last 3 weeks sitting in my chest, like something that had permanently changed the weight of the air. I had been home 7 days when Tyler came. He didn't call ahead. He arrived on a Wednesday afternoon on his bicycle, 17 years old, still growing into his shoulders, wearing jeans and a plain gray sweatshirt that had seen better days. Grace let him in, and I heard his voice in the entryway, quiet and controlled in a way that didn't belong to a teenager making a casual visit. He appeared in the doorway of the study and looked at me across the room, and the expression on his face stopped me cold. It was the face of someone carrying something heavy and has been carrying it alone for long enough that the weight has changed them. "Hey, Grandpa?" His voice was steady, but his eyes were red at the corners, the kind of red that comes from nights of not enough sleep. "Tyler." I gestured to the chair across from my desk. "Come sit down." He crossed the room, but instead of taking the upholstered chair, he pulled the straight-backed wooden chair from beside the bookcase and positioned it directly across from me. Sat with his back straight and his feet flat on the floor. His hands rested on his thighs, and in his right hand he was holding a small black USB drive. He set it on the desk between us. I looked at it. Then I looked at him. "I've been collecting things for about 6 months," he said. "Emails from my mom's laptop. She leaves it open in the kitchen sometimes when she's on calls. Text conversations on my dad's phone that he left in the car when he went into stores. Conversations I heard and recorded on my own phone." He kept his gaze steady, though I could see the effort it cost him. "I didn't hack anything. I didn't break into anything. Everything I got from things that were just open, in my own house." "Tyler, let me finish," he said. The firmness in his voice surprised me. "Please." I closed my mouth and nodded. "I know what they've been doing," he said. "I've known for a while. Not all of it, not the details, but enough to know it was wrong." His jaw tightened the way mine does when I'm fighting to keep my voice level. I kept thinking my dad would stop, that there'd be a point where he'd look at what he was doing and just stop. His voice cracked on the last word just once, a fissure in the careful composure he'd built. He didn't stop. I looked at my grandson. at the straight back and the steady hands and the red corners of his eyes. I thought about what it must have been like to sit at dinner with those two people night after night, knowing what he knew, carrying what he was carrying, waiting for a courage he didn't know how to find yet. "How long have you been sitting on this?" I asked. "Since April." His voice was quiet. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know if it was enough to matter. And I kept. He stopped, swallowed, started again. I kept thinking about what it would do to my dad if I did something. His eyes were glassy now, shining with unshed tears. He was refusing to let fall, and the sight of it pressed against my chest like a hand pushing down. "He's still my dad." "I know," I said. My voice came out low and rough. "But he was going to hurt you," Tyler said. "He was going to take everything, and you were going to be alone, and I just—" The tears broke through now, one at a time, sliding down his face while he held the rest of himself completely rigid, refusing to make a sound. "I couldn't just do nothing, Grandpa. I couldn't." I stood up from my chair. It hurt, my back screamed at me, my legs protested the sudden demand. But I stood up, steadied myself against the desk, and crossed the 3 feet between us. I put my hand on the back of his neck, the way I used to when he was small, and I felt him shudder once, a single full-body tremor that he immediately controlled. "You did the right thing," I said. "Do you hear me? You did the right thing." He pressed his lips together hard, nodded once. His shoulders dropped slightly, releasing something he'd been holding for a very long time. I sat on the edge of the desk and looked down at that little black USB drive. 6 months of a 17-year-old boy's careful, frightened, courageous work, sitting in a piece of plastic smaller than my thumb. "Tyler," I said, "does anyone know you came here today?" He shook his head. "I told them I was at baseball practice." "Good." I picked up the drive. "I want you to go to baseball practice from now on. Genuinely. Don't change anything about how you behave at home. Don't give them any reason to think you've done something." I held his gaze. "Can you do that?" "Yes, sir." The formality of it, the sir told me everything about how seriously he was taking this. "Robert Hale is going to look at everything on this drive," I said. "And when this is over, I'm going to make sure you understand what you did here today." I set my hand briefly on his shoulder. "Your grandmother would have been proud of you." His composure broke all the way, then, not loudly, not dramatically, just his face crumpling for one honest moment before he pulled it back together with the particular effort of a young man learning what it costs to do hard things. He stood, straightened his sweatshirt, and nodded once more. "Take care of yourself, Grandpa," he said. After he left, I sat for a long time with the USB drive in my palm, and Grace appeared in the doorway with 2 cups of coffee. She set one beside me without asking, looked at my face and said nothing, but her eyes asked the question. "Call Robert," I said. "Tell him he needs to come tonight." She reached for her phone, then she paused. "The folder name Tyler marked," she said quietly, reading something on the small paper label stuck to the USB casing. "James Carver." She looked at me. "Do you know that name?" My blood went cold. Because I did know that name. And whatever James Carver's name was doing on a USB drive, assembled by my 17-year-old grandson, meant that the game I thought I understood had just gotten considerably larger. Robert arrived at 9 that evening with Vincent Hale behind him, and one look at both their faces told me that whatever they had found on Tyler's USB drive, it was worse than what we already knew. I had the study cleared, just the 3 of us. The door closed, a pot of coffee Grace had made before she stepped out to give us the room. Vincent set his laptop on the desk and opened it without preamble, the way a man does when he has been sitting on information that is burning a hole through him. "We worked through most of last night," Robert said, taking the chair across from me. Vincent cross-referenced everything Tyler collected against the internal financial data he already had. "What we found," He stopped, pressed his mouth together, and looked at Vincent. You walk him through it. You found it. Vincent turned the laptop so I could see the screen. On it was a financial flow diagram, boxes connected by arrows, company names in each box, dollar amounts along the lines between them. Start with Derek, I said. Vincent nodded. Over the past 2 years, Derek forwarded proprietary bidding information on 7 major Callaway Corporation contracts to an outside party. We're talking about sealed bid numbers, cost projections, subcontractor pricing, the kind of information that if a competitor has it before the bid closes, makes your submission worthless. His jaw was tight. The recipient in each case was a shell company registered in Delaware called Meridian Consulting Group. No website, no employees on record, a registered agent address. That's a mail forwarding service. He pointed to one of the boxes on the diagram. Meridian Consulting Group traces back through 2 additional layers of shell companies to a holding entity controlled by James Carver. I looked at the screen. The arrows connected in a chain that was elegant in its construction and ugly in its intent. I know James Carver, I said. My voice came out harder than I intended. 5 years ago, he approached me about acquiring our infrastructure division. I turned him down. He shook my hand, smiled, told me he respected the decision. I felt my back teeth pressed together. He was already planning this. Almost certainly, Vincent said. Because here's what Derek doesn't understand. He moved to the next slide, a stock valuation chart with a downward trend line. Every contract Callaway Corporation lost because our bid was undercut. Every project that went to a competitor, every quarter of underperformance, it all feeds into one outcome. Our market valuation drops. Our institutional reputation weakens. And when the company is damaged enough, Carver comes in with the buyout offer, I said. At a fraction of real value, Robert said, his voice flat with controlled anger. And Derek, who thinks he's been running a clever side arrangement and getting paid for information, ends up with nothing. Because he has no voting shares, no board standing, and whatever cash Carver paid him for the information will be a rounding error compared to what the company is actually worth. The cold in my chest spread outward until I could feel it in my fingertips. Not just anger at Derek, though, that was there burning steady and low. Something closer to a sorrow so deep it had no edges. My son had been selling the company I built with 40 years of my life to a man who was using him as a disposable instrument, and Derek had been too blinded by short-term greed and too hollowed out by years of easy money to see it. He thought he was being clever, I said. He thought he was the one running the game, Vincent said quietly. He had no idea he was the game. Robert leaned forward. There's more art. The text messages Tyler recorded from Derek's phone. There's a meeting scheduled. Derek and a representative of Meridian Consulting Group next Tuesday at the Marriott Marquise downtown. If that meeting happens, the bid package for the Galveston Port expansion project gets handed over. He held my gaze. That contract is worth $68 million, and it's the largest infrastructure bid we've submitted in a decade. My hands came down flat on the desk, hard. Can we stop the meeting? I asked. We can do something better than stop it, Robert said. If we move the board meeting before Tuesday, we remove Derek's remaining access to company systems entirely. He'll have nothing to hand over because he'll have no access left to steal from. Robert's eyes were sharp and focused, the eyes of a man who had spent 3 decades in courtrooms and knew exactly how to time a move. Vincent, when can the board be assembled? I've already made preliminary calls, Vincent said. Sunday at the latest, possibly Saturday evening. Do it Saturday, I said. I want it done before the weekend is over. Vincent nodded, reaching for his phone. I looked at the flow diagram still on the screen, Callaway Corporation at the center, those arrows bleeding outward toward boxes with names designed to obscure and deceive. I thought about the men who had helped me build that company, the engineers who had stayed late on impossible deadlines, The crews who had worked through Houston summers that would have broken weaker men. 40 years of trust and labor and real work. And my son had been quietly selling it piece by piece to a man who saw it as nothing more than a number on an acquisition spreadsheet. "Robert," I said. "James Carver sent me a text message after Derek's removal. He said men with nothing left to lose are dangerous." Robert's eyes sharpened immediately. He made contact directly. "One message. One line." I picked up my phone and turned it to show him the screen. Robert read it, and something moved through his expression that I rarely saw from him, not quite alarm, but its close neighbor. "He's watching. He knows about the removal, and he's trying to gauge your reaction." He set the phone down carefully. "Art, once the board acts and Derek loses all access, Carver's acquisition strategy collapses. He may become unpredictable." "Let him," I said. My voice came out steady and final. "I've been dealing with unpredictable men since before James Carver knew what a balance sheet was." Robert looked at me for a long moment. Then the corner of his mouth shifted, barely a movement more, like the memory of a smile. "Saturday morning," he said. "We end this." After they left, Grace came back in to clear the coffee cups, and she looked at my face with those perceptive eyes of hers. "You're ready," she said. "Not a question." "Past ready," I told her. And for the first time in weeks, saying it out loud felt like the truth. I had sat at the head of that boardroom table for 28 years. The day I rolled into that room in a wheelchair, I could feel the shift in the air, the moment I crossed the threshold. The particular tension of a space where people have already chosen sides and are waiting to see which side has the stronger hand. 11 board members seated along the oval table of dark walnut that Margaret had helped me pick out in 1996. Men and women I had hired, mentored, argued with, trusted. And at the far end, Derek sat in a charcoal suit with a lawyer I didn't recognize at his elbow. He looked at me when I rolled in. His face did something complicated, a flash of something I might have called guilt if I believed he still had enough of that left to produce it. Then it smoothed back into the careful blankness he'd been wearing since October. "Good morning," I said to the room. My voice carried. It always had. "Let's get started." V. Vincent Hale called the meeting to order as acting chair. He had barely finished the procedural opening when Derek's lawyer, a man named Patterson, who had the pressed confidence of someone billing $800 an hour, stood up and set a bound document in the center of the table. "Before the agenda proceeds," Patterson said, "my client wishes to introduce a controlling document that supersedes the current meeting's purpose." I watched him push the document toward the center of the table. Board members reached for copies that Patterson's assistant distributed with practiced efficiency. I kept my hands on the armrests of my wheelchair and watched Derek's face. "This is a comprehensive executive authority document signed by Arthur Calloway," Patterson continued, "granting Derek Calloway full operational control of Calloway Corporation in the event of the founder's incapacitation, effective from the date of his hospitalization on October 14th of this year." The room shifted. Could feel it, the collective intake of attention, the rustling of paper as people turned pages, the particular silence of 11 people absorbing something unexpected. Derek leaned back slightly in his chair, with the expression of a man who has just played a card he's been holding for a long time. I let him have the moment. Every second of it. Then I looked at Robert, who was standing at the side of the room with his briefcase open on the side table, and I gave him the smallest nod. Robert picked up the remote for the room's presentation screen and pressed a button. "Ladies and gentlemen of the board," he said, his voice carrying the measured authority of a man who has spent 30 years in courtrooms. "Before anyone acts on that document, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen." The first image appeared, a metadata report from a digital forensics firm Robert had engaged the week prior. Line by line, it showed the document's creation data file, origin date modification, timestamps, the software version used to generate it. "The document Mr. Patterson just introduced was created on October 3rd of this year," Robert said, 11 days before Mr. Calloway's surgery, at a time when he was actively running the company, attending meetings, and had given no indication to anyone, including his own medical team, that surgery was imminent. He advanced to the next slide. For reference, the surgery was scheduled as an emergency procedure on October 12th, 2 days before it occurred, following an acute deterioration in Mr. Calloway's condition that surprised everyone, including Dr. Wells. Patterson was on his feet. The creation date of a digital file doesn't establish. "I'm not finished," Robert said calmly. He advanced again. The screen now showed an email chain, Vanessa's personal address, a series of messages, with an outside document, preparation service, timestamps going back to late September. This correspondence obtained through a third-party discovery process shows that the preparation of this document was initiated 5 weeks before the surgery that supposedly prompted it, by a person who is not Arthur Calloway. He paused. "And who is not an attorney of record for this company." Derek's jaw had tightened. His hands were flat on the table. "Furthermore," Robert continued, his voice never rising above a courtroom professional's steady cadence, "we engaged a forensic document examiner last week. Her report, which I'm distributing now," he nodded to Vincent, who began passing folders around the table, "identifies 17 specific characteristics of Mr. Calloway's signature on that document that are inconsistent with his authenticated signature samples from the past decade. Her conclusion, stated with a high degree of professional certainty, is that the signature on that document was not produced by Arthur Calloway." The room went very still. Patterson leaned down and said something in Derek's ear, his voice too low to hear. Derek's face had gone the color of old concrete, flat gray, drained. His shoulders, which had been pulled back with manufactured confidence when I entered, curved inward now, like a structure losing its load-bearing support. "The document is a forgery," Robert said, without drama, without heat. Just a fact stated plainly. Creating a fraudulent legal instrument of this nature in Texas constitutes a third-degree felony under the Penal Code. I have already been in contact with the Harris County District Attorney's Office. He looked around the table. The board may now proceed with the meeting's original agenda. Patterson was gathering his papers. His client's legal strategy had just collapsed in front of 11 witnesses, and the fastest thing a good attorney does in that situation is reduce his own exposure. He leaned down once more to Derek, and this time I caught 2 words: "I'm withdrawing." Derek looked up at his lawyer with an expression I had never seen on my son's face before. Pure, unguarded panic stripped of every layer of performance he'd ever built over it. For just 1 second, he looked like the 12-year-old boy who had come home from school one afternoon, having broken something he couldn't fix and didn't know how to tell me. Then he looked at me. Across the length of that walnut table, across 28 years of that room and everything it represented, I held his gaze. My chest ached with something that wasn't anger, and wasn't satisfaction, and wasn't grief, but contained pieces of all 3. I held his gaze and I didn't look away, because I had stopped looking away from things a long time ago, and I wasn't going to start now. Patterson walked out. The door closed behind him with a sound that echoed longer than it should have. Vincent called for the vote on Derek's removal. I looked down at my hands in my lap, while the ballots were cast, not because I couldn't watch, but because some things don't require witnessing. Some things you already know the outcome of before the count is finished. 11 votes, 11. When the result was announced, Derek stood. He didn't speak. He buttoned his jacket with hands that were trembling visibly, and he walked out of that boardroom without looking at a single person in it. I listened to his footsteps cross the marble floor outside. I listened until I couldn't hear them anymore. Before I reveal what happened the afternoon, I called my son back to the house he grew up in. Comment the word truth below, because what was said in that living room is something I have never spoken out loud to anyone until now. A note. Before we continue, this story contains some fictional elements added for depth and clarity. The names and details may not all be drawn from a single source, but everything this story is trying to tell you is worth hearing. 5 days after the board meeting ended Derek's last foothold in Callaway Construction, I called him and told him to come home. Not to my lawyer's office. Not to a conference room with glass walls and recorded minutes. Home, the house on River Oaks Boulevard, where he had learned to ride a bicycle on the front driveway, and where his mother had died in the upstairs bedroom, with both of us holding her hands. Grace had helped me dress that morning without me asking. She laid out my navy shirt and the silver cufflinks Margaret gave me on our 35th anniversary, and when she handed them to me, she said, "You look like a man who built something." I didn't answer, but I held those cufflinks in my palm for a long moment before I put them on. Robert arrived at 1:45. He set his briefcase on the dining table and opened it without ceremony, spreading printed documents across the mahogany surface in a precise, deliberate row. "Art," he said, not looking up. "When Derek walks in, let me lead with the documents first. Give him no room to construct a narrative before the evidence is on the table." "Agreed," I said. At exactly 2 o'clock, the front doorbell rang. Grace opened it. Derek walked in first, shoulders squared, wearing the charcoal blazer he always wore when he wanted to appear in command of something. Vanessa came in behind him, leather portfolio tucked under her arm, chin lifted at an angle that had always reminded me of a person preparing to testify. "Dad." Derek's voice was careful, controlled, the voice of a man who had rehearsed. "Come and sit down." I gestured toward the chairs across the fireplace. Vanessa set her portfolio on the coffee table with a sharp click and crossed her legs. "Arthur, before anything begins, I want to be clear. Derek's attorney has advised us that any discussion of pending legal matters—" "Vanessa." Robert's voice was flat and final. "Derek's attorney is not in this room. I am. And I have been Arthur's legal counsel for 21 years, which means everything on this table has already been reviewed by people whose job it is to determine what is admissible and what is actionable. So please sit down." Vanessa's jaw tightened so hard I could see the muscle flex beneath her cheekbone. She sat. Derek looked at the documents spread across the table, and something moved through his face fast, involuntary, the flicker of a man who recognizes what he is looking at. "The Meridian Consulting Group," Robert said, sliding the first document forward. "A Delaware shell company incorporated 14 months ago. Its sole operational function has been receiving forwarded bid intelligence from a Callaway Construction internal email account registered to Derek Callaway, Senior Vice President of Development, and relaying that intelligence to the acquisitions team of Carver Capital Holdings." Derek's throat moved. "I can explain. The Galveston Port expansion contract." Robert continued, sliding a second document. $68 million. Callaway submitted the lowest qualifying bid. We lost the contract by a margin of $400,000 to a firm that had never previously competed in the Gulf Coast infrastructure market. That firm was backed by Carver Capital. Robert placed his finger on the page. "The bid figures your team submitted internally were forwarded from your email address 46 hours before the submission deadline." "That's circumstantial," Derek started. "The encryption key on the forwarded files carries your personal digital signature, Derek." Robert's voice did not rise. It never needed to. "That is not circumstantial. That is forensic." Derek shot to his feet. His chair scraped back hard against the hardwood floor, and the sound cracked through the room like a gunshot. His hands were balled at his sides, knuckles white, and his eyes were burning with something that looked like anger, but moved like panic underneath. "You want to talk about forensics?" His voice cracked on the last word. "Let's talk about what this company looked like when you were in that hospital. Dad, the quarterly numbers were collapsing. 3 contractors were threatening to walk, and Vincent Hale was running around telling the board you might not recover full capacity. Vincent Hale's concerns about my capacity were based on a physician's affidavit," I said, and my voice came out lower and quieter than I expected, which somehow made it cut deeper. that was fabricated on a device registered to your home network on the afternoon of October 3rd, the same afternoon I was admitted for pre-surgical preparation. The color left Derek's face in a single visible wave. He stood there with his jaw working and nothing coming out, and for one moment, he looked exactly like the boy he used to be, caught exposed, stripped of every defense he had constructed. Vanessa made a sharp sound and turned her face away toward the window. I didn't... Derek's voice broke apart. He pressed the back of his hand against his mouth. His eyes were reddening at the edges, filling fast with something wet and furious and devastated all at once. I didn't know she was going to use a fraudulent document. I told her what I needed and I didn't ask. You didn't ask. The words came out of me slowly, each one weighted. My chest ached with a grief I had been carrying for 6 weeks, the specific, exhausting grief of loving someone who is actively destroying what you built for them. That is your answer, Derek. You needed something done and you simply declined to examine how it was being done. I was drowning. The words exploded out of him raw, cracked open, nothing rehearsed left in them. Tears broke over his lower lids and ran down his jaw, and he didn't wipe them, didn't try to, just stood there shaking with his hands balled at his sides and his voice fracturing further with every word. I had $3.4 million in debt. Private loans, gambling losses, investment failures I couldn't fix. I woke up every morning and the number was the same, and I couldn't see any way out that didn't end with everyone knowing I had failed completely. The fire in the hearth crackled. Outside through the tall windows, the November light fell pale and cold across the live oaks Margaret had planted 3 decades ago. You could have come to me, I said, and my own voice was not steady anymore. My eyes burned. My hands gripped the armrests of my chair so hard, the leather groaned. You could have walked through that door and sat in that chair and told me the truth. I would have been furious. I would have argued with you, but I would have helped you, Derek. Because you are my son, and that does not stop being true no matter what you do with it. Derek's chin shook. His whole face shook. He pressed both palms flat over his eyes, and a sound came out of him, not a word, not a cry exactly, something deeper and more broken than either the sound of a man arriving finally, and too late at the full weight of what he had done. Grace stepped quietly from the hallway doorway, set a glass of water on the table beside me, and rested her hand briefly on my shoulder. The warmth of that small gesture was the only thing keeping my voice from breaking entirely. An apology, I said at last, is only the first door in a very long hallway, Derek. What you do after you walk through it, that is what matters now. Robert had stepped into the study to take a call from the Harris County DA's office. Vanessa had walked out onto the back porch. I could see her silhouette through the glass door, phone pressed hard to her ear. One hand pressed flat against the porch railing, like she needed something solid to hold on to. That left Derek and me alone in the living room for the first time in what felt like years. He was still sitting on the couch. He had not moved since his legs had finally given out beneath him 20 minutes earlier. His elbows were on his knees, his face bent toward the floor, and he was breathing with the careful deliberateness of a man trying to hold himself together by controlling the one thing he still could. Derek! My voice came out even. Look at me. He lifted his head. His eyes were swollen, nearly shut red from the inside out, the tear tracks still visible on his jaw. He looked 44 years old and somehow simultaneously about 12. I hated that I could still see both ages in his face at the same time. 3.4 million, I said. That's the total. He nodded once, give or take. And Meridian paid you 800,000 over 14 months. Yes, the word came out scraped and flat. So you sold your father's company's intelligence for less than a quarter of what you owed. I kept my voice level. And you still had no way out. Derek's hands tightened on his knees until his knuckles went white as bone. The plan was to use the Carver money to cover the most urgent loans and buy enough time to restructure. But the debts kept compounding. The interest on the private loans was 18%. Every month I covered one hole, two more opened. Why didn't you come to me? My voice cracked on the last word, just slightly, just enough. I pressed my fist to the center of my chest where the ache had been living since October. Derek, why didn't you come to me? His face crumpled completely. Not gradually all at once, like a structure that had been bearing more weight than it was built to hold, and finally catastrophically gives way. His chin dropped to his chest. His shoulders heaved. A sound broke out of him from somewhere deep behind his sternum, a raw, wretched shaking sound, and he wept the way a man weeps when he has run completely out of performance, and there is nothing left but the truth of what he feels. Because I was ashamed. The words came out between ragged breaths barely formed. Because you built all of this from nothing, and I couldn't even keep myself solvent. I couldn't tell you I had gambled away money, that I had taken private loans from people who were not the kind of people you borrow from. I couldn't sit across from you and say, Dad, I failed. I couldn't do it. My throat closed so tight I had to breathe carefully through my nose for several seconds. My eyes burned. I did not blink. Tyler came to see me every week, I said at last. My voice was quiet now, not soft, but the specific quietness of something very serious. Every single week, while you were filing guardianship papers and redirecting company funds, that boy, your 17-year-old son, was sitting in my hospital room, asking if I needed anything from the pharmacy, telling me about his school projects, holding my hand when the pain medication made me disoriented at 3 a.m. My voice broke open on the last sentence, and I let it. He understood what a son owes a father. Think very carefully about what that means, Derek. Derek made a sound like he had been struck. His head snapped up, and the look on his face, the raw, unguarded devastation of hearing your own child used as a mirror for your failure, was the most painful thing I had seen in 73 years of living. His whole body was shaking. His hands were trembling against his thighs. His jaw worked without producing words. I know, he finally managed. I know what I am. I know what I did. He pressed the heels of both hands against his eyes so hard, the skin around them went white. I don't know how to fix this, Dad. Tell me how to fix this. You cannot fix it, I said plainly. You can only move forward differently. He dropped his hands. His eyes met mine, swollen raw, stripped of every layer of pretense, and he asked in a voice barely above a whisper, Are you going to let the DA prosecute? Robert cannot stop the process, and I will not ask him to. I held his gaze. The fraudulent affidavit and the Meridian data sales are matters of Texas law, not matters of my personal choice. You will need your own attorney and not one connected to Vanessa's arrangements. I paused. But I am asking Robert to structure a repayment arrangement against your Callaway shares that will allow you to address the private debt without personal bankruptcy. That is not forgiveness, Derek. That is me making certain my grandson does not spend his senior year watching his father be destroyed beyond recovery. Derek stared at me. His lips trembled. Fresh tears spilled down his already wet cheeks, and he didn't seem to notice, or perhaps he had simply stopped caring whether I saw them. Why? His voice was broken and genuine and desperate. After everything, why would you do that? I leaned forward slowly, joints aching with the effort, and I placed my hand over both of his. His fingers were cold and shaking beneath my palm. His hands, these hands that I had once held when he was 3 days old and had not yet learned to be afraid of anything, were trembling like a man standing on the edge of something he could not come back from. Because you are my son, I said. That is the most painful part of all of this. It never stops being true. Derek bent forward, forehead nearly touching our joined hands, and he wept with his whole body. Deep shaking, ugly, honest crying that had no performance in it and no end in sight. I kept my hand over his, and I did not pull away. I had not forgiven him. Not yet. But I had made the decision to remain, to not let the wreckage become the final word. At 73 years old, I have learned that remaining, choosing not to walk away even when you have every right to, is sometimes the most difficult act of love there is, and the most necessary one. Robert appeared at the study doorway. He looked at us, read the room with quiet precision, and gave a single nod, the nod of a man who has spent 21 years knowing when to stay back and when to step forward. Outside, the November sun was beginning to drop behind the live oaks. The light turned the color of old copper across the floor. I had more to say to my son. But not today. Today I simply held on. 2 days after Derek wept in my living room, I woke up at 5 in the morning and could not go back to sleep. I lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling and thought about Margaret. About the way she used to say that grief and purpose were not opposites, that the most powerful thing a person could do after being broken was decide with full clarity what they were going to build next. I got dressed, called Grace, and told her I needed to go to Robert's office. Grace drove me downtown in the pale gray light of a November morning, Houston's skyline rising ahead of us through the windshield like a row of declarations. She didn't ask me questions. She just drove with both hands on the wheel and occasionally glanced at me in the way she had developed over 6 weeks of caring for me, a glance that said, "I see you," without requiring a response. Robert was already at his desk when we arrived at 9. He had a legal pad in front of him and 2 cups of coffee waiting, which told me he had expected me earlier than I actually came. "You look like you made a decision," he said, pushing a cup toward me. "Several." I sat down across from him and set my hands flat on the desk. "I want to revise the will completely, Robert, not adjust. Rebuild it from the foundation." Robert uncapped his pen. "Tell me what you want." "The company," I said. 100% of Class A voting shares remain in my name until I die. At the time of my death, 60% transfers into a management trust administered by a board of 5, Vincent Hale, 2 independent directors, and 2 seats elected annually by senior staff. Derek receives no voting shares. He receives a fixed annual distribution from Class B dividends, only contingent on his completing a financial accountability program and maintaining clean legal standing for 3 consecutive years. Robert was writing fast. "And the remaining 40%, Callaway Legacy Foundation." I leaned forward slightly. "A charitable trust. Its purpose funding recovery housing, legal aid, and transitional support for elderly individuals who have been financially exploited by family members. I want it operational within 18 months of my death. I want Grace Bennett named as founding director." Robert stopped writing. He looked up at me over the rim of his glasses. "Art that is a significant structural commitment. I know exactly what it is." My voice was steady. My chest was steady. For the first time in 6 weeks, everything inside me felt like it was pointing in the same direction. Margaret spent her last 2 years volunteering at a senior center in Montrose. She used to come home and tell me about people exactly like me, Robert, who had been stripped of everything by the people who were supposed to love them. I always listened, and I never did anything about it. My throat tightened briefly. I am done not doing anything about it. Robert set down his pen. He pressed his lips together, and I could see something moving behind his eyes. Not sentiment exactly, but the specific expression of a man who has known another man for 21 years and is watching him become in a single morning more fully himself than he has been in decades. "Grace," Robert said, turning toward the doorway, where she had been standing with her coffee cup. "You heard all of that." Grace straightened. Her eyes were bright, not with tears exactly, but with the particular brightness that comes just before tears decide whether to fall or recede. I heard it. Are you willing to take on that role? Grace set her cup down carefully on the side table. She crossed the room, pulled out the chair beside mine, and sat down. When she spoke, her voice was composed, but her hands folded in her lap were gripping each other tightly enough that her knuckles had gone pale. "Mr. Calloway," she said, "I became a nurse because I believed that caring for someone really caring, not just medically, but as a human being, was one of the most important things a person could do." Her voice dropped slightly. "But I have sat with patients whose families never came. I have held hands at 3 in the morning for people whose children stopped returning calls. I have watched people give up not because they were sick, but because they were alone." Her jaw tightened. "If you are offering me the chance to do something about that, then yes." Without hesitation, yes. I felt my eyes sting sharply. I blinked twice fast and hard and looked down at the desk for a moment to collect myself. "Good," I said when I trusted my voice again. "Then that is settled." Robert picked up his pen again and kept writing. For the next 3 hours, we worked through every detail: the trust structure, the foundation's operating charter, the repayment arrangement for Derek's private debts against his Class B shares, the legal firewall separating the foundation's assets from any future litigation. Robert drafted language. I revised it. Grace asked questions that neither Robert nor I had thought to ask: practical questions about how the foundation would actually receive and process people, what criteria would determine eligibility, how staff would be hired and trained. By noon, Robert had 40 pages of preliminary notes and the outline of a document that would take his team 3 weeks to finalize. "Arthur," Robert said, as Grace went to get more coffee, "I want to flag one thing." "Go ahead." "Vanessa." He tapped his pen against the legal pad. "She has not retained separate counsel yet, which means she is still technically covered under Derek's representation. But the fraudulent affidavit, the metadata links her more directly than Derek. The DA's office is going to want to talk to her, and when they do, her instinct is going to be to protect herself first." He looked at me carefully. "That may create a situation between her and Derek that neither of them is prepared for." I considered that. My chest tightened, not with grief this time, but with the particular heaviness of knowing that more pain was coming and not being able to prevent it. "I cannot manage Vanessa," I said. "I can only manage what I build." "I know," Robert said. "I just want you prepared." Grace came back with the coffee. She set a cup in front of me and looked at my face with the precision of a woman who reads people for a living. "You're worried about Derek," she said. "Not a question." "I'm worried about Tyler," I said honestly. "Whatever happens between Derek and Vanessa, that boy is 17 years old, and he is going to be standing in the middle of it." Grace's expression softened with something that ached. "Then we make sure Tyler knows he has somewhere to stand that isn't the middle." I looked at her, this woman who had shown up every single day when my own blood had not, and I thought about Margaret's voice saying, "Grief and purpose are not opposites." I thought about 40 pages of notes on a legal pad. I thought about a foundation that did not yet exist, but would. "Yes," I said, "we do," Robert had warned me. I replayed his words the morning Grace drove me to Derek's house. "Vanessa's instinct is going to be to protect herself first." I had told him I could not manage Vanessa. What I had not told him was that I fully intended to try. The call had come from Derek at 7 that morning. His voice on the phone was thin and strained, the voice of a man who had not slept and was running on something grimmer than coffee. "Dad, I need you to come. Vanessa, something happened last night. I can't explain it on the phone. Please." Grace pulled up to the house on Plum Street at 11 o'clock sharp. Derek opened the front door before we reached the porch steps. He was wearing yesterday's clothes. His hair was uncombed. His eyes were red-rimmed and dry, the specific look of a man who has cried everything out and is now operating in the hollow space on the other side of it. "She's in the kitchen," he said. Vanessa was sitting at the kitchen island, with both hands wrapped around a mug of coffee she was not drinking. She was dressed precisely, pressed blouse hair, arranged, makeup applied, which told me everything I needed to know about how she was actually feeling. Vanessa Calloway only got perfectly dressed when she was preparing for a battle she wasn't sure she could win. "Arthur." She looked up at me, and something in her eyes was different from the woman who had sat across from me in my living room 3 weeks earlier. The chin was still lifted, but the certainty behind it was gone. "Vanessa." I pulled out the stool across from her and sat down. Grace stood near the doorway. Derek stood beside the refrigerator with his arms crossed and his jaw working. "Tell him," Derek said. His voice came out flat and cracked at the same time. Vanessa's fingers tightened around the mug. "The DA's office called me yesterday afternoon, separately, not through Derek's attorney." She paused. "They told me the fraudulent affidavit carries my IP address, my device signature, and a timestamp showing it was created while Derek was in a client meeting across town." She looked at me with eyes that were very steady and very tired. "Meaning I created it without his knowledge." The kitchen went very still. Derek made a sound low, guttural, the sound of a man absorbing a blow he somehow both expected and could not prepare for. He pressed the back of his hand hard against his mouth. "Derek didn't know," Vanessa said. Her voice was controlled, but the mug in her hands was trembling, fine, small tremors she could not fully suppress. "He told me he needed the guardianship filing to go through. He told me what outcome he needed. He didn't ask how. I handled it. That was always how we operated." "You forged a physician's statement," I said. "Not as an accusation, simply as a fact that needed to exist in the open air between us. You falsified a medical document to have a 73-year-old man declared cognitively incapacitated so your husband could seize control of his estate." Vanessa flinched, a small, sharp movement she could not contain. Her jaw tightened. "I did it because we were about to lose everything. The debts, the loans, I had been managing the pressure of that for 2 years without telling Derek half of how bad it actually was, because every time I tried to explain it, he shut down. I needed it resolved. I needed it resolved before it destroyed us." Her voice cracked on the last word just slightly. "I did not stop to think carefully enough about what I was doing to you." "No," I said. "You did not." Derek pushed off from the refrigerator. His hands were shaking. His eyes were wet and furious and broken all at once. 2 years, Vanessa. You were managing this for 2 years without telling me the full picture, and then you committed a felony in my name. I committed it to protect us." "You committed it to protect yourself." Derek's voice broke open completely. He was crying now, hard, ugly, angry tears, the kind that come from a place too deep for composure to reach. "You made me complicit in something I didn't even fully understand. And now the DA has both our names, and Tyler is 17 years old, and—" His voice collapsed entirely. He pressed both hands flat over his face and stood there with his shoulders shaking and his chest heaving, and the sound he made was the sound of a man who has just understood all at once the complete shape of what has been done to his life. Grace stepped forward from the doorway, not toward Vanessa, not toward Derek, but toward me. She put her hand on my shoulder and kept it there. Vanessa set the mug down. Her hands were trembling visibly now, no longer suppressed. She looked at Derek, really looked at him past the fury and the broken posture, at the man underneath, and something moved across her face that might have been grief or might have been the beginning of it. "I'm going to cooperate with the DA," she said. Her voice was quieter now, smaller. "Full cooperation in exchange for consideration on sentencing. My attorney is filing the agreement today." She exhaled slowly. And I think Derek and I need to be separated while the legal process runs. For Tyler's sake. For everyone's sake. Derek lifted his face from his hands. His eyes met hers, and the look between them was not anger anymore. It was the exhausted, devastated recognition of two people who have hurt each other past the point where ordinary repair is possible. Tyler stays with me, Derek said. At least until this is resolved. Agreed, Vanessa said. I looked at them both, my son and the woman he had built a life with, sitting in a kitchen, in a house that suddenly felt very large and very cold, and I felt a grief that had nothing triumphant in it. I had not come here to win something. I had come because my son called me at 7 in the morning and needed his father. Tyler, I said. Someone needs to tell Tyler. Derek wiped his face with the back of his hand. I'll tell him tonight. Tell him he can call me, I said. Anytime, day or night. Derek looked at me across the kitchen. This man who was my son, who had broken things, I had spent a lifetime building, who was now standing in the rubble of his own making. And he nodded. Once. With the full weight of someone who finally understood what it cost to be loved, without condition. Grace squeezed my shoulder gently. Outside through the kitchen window, the December light was thin and pale over the neighborhood. I had more things to build. But first I needed to make sure the people I loved knew where to find me. 12 days after Vanessa walked out of the house on Plum Street with 2 suitcases and a cooperation agreement signed with the Harris County DA's office, a white envelope appeared in my mailbox. No return address. My name written in Derek's handwriting, the same slanted, slightly rushed script I had watched him practice on homework assignments 40 years ago. I stood at the mailbox for longer than I should have, holding it in both hands, in the cold December air. The morning was gray and still. My breath came out in faint clouds. I turned the envelope over once, twice, as if the back of it might tell me something the front could not. It told me nothing. It just waited the way letters from people who have run out of excuses tend to do. Grace was making coffee in the kitchen when I brought it inside. She saw the envelope in my hand, and she saw my face, and she said, "Do you want me to give you some space?" "No," I said. "Stay." She turned the coffee down to low and came to the table without another word. That was Grace. She never needed to be asked twice, and she never made a moment bigger than it needed to be. She simply showed up, which was, I had learned over these past months, the rarest and most valuable thing a person could do. I sat down at the kitchen table and opened it. The letter was 3 pages handwritten on legal pad paper, the lines slightly crooked, the way they get when a person is writing fast and cannot stop. I will not repeat every word here. Some things belong only to the person they were written for. But I will say this: Derek did not make excuses. He did not ask for anything. He simply told the truth sentence by sentence about every decision he had made and why he had made it, and somewhere on the second page his handwriting got uneven. The letters larger, the pen pressed harder into the paper, the way handwriting looks when the hand holding the pen is shaking. My throat closed. My eyes burned so sharply I had to press the back of my hand against them and hold it there. "Dad," Grace said softly from across the table. "Give me a moment," I managed. I pressed my lips together hard and breathed and kept reading. On the second page, Derek wrote about Margaret. He wrote about a Sunday morning when he was 11 years old, and he had broken an expensive lamp in the living room and lied about it, and how Margaret had sat him down that evening, not angrily, but with that particular quiet of hers that was somehow more serious than anger, and told him that the lamp did not matter, that the lie was the only thing that mattered, because a lie was a choice to put distance between yourself and the people who loved you. He wrote, "I forgot that. Mom spent her whole life trying to teach me that, and I forgot it entirely. I am sorry I forgot it. I am sorry she is not here for me to tell her." My hand went flat against the table. My chest contracted so sharply that I had to breathe through it in slow, deliberate pulls, the way the physical therapist had taught me after surgery. Grace's hand came across the table and covered mine without a word, and I gripped it tighter than I intended, probably, and kept reading. Near the end of the third page, Derek had written, "I know I cannot undo what I did. I know that. But I want you to know that the man who did those things, the man who stood outside your recovery room window and calculated instead of praying, I am done being him. I don't know yet who I am going to be instead, but I am. I'm going to find out. I owe you that. I owe Tyler that. I owe myself that." I set the letter down on the table. My hands were trembling, fine, uncontrollable tremors that I could not suppress any more than Derek could suppress his handwriting on page 2. My chest felt cracked open and full at the same time, which is the particular sensation of grief releasing its grip on something it has been holding for too long. My eyes were wet. I did not try to conceal it. At 73 years old, I have earned the right to cry at my kitchen table over a letter from my son. "Is it what you hoped for?" Grace asked quietly. I looked at the letter at 3 pages of my son's handwriting, and his truth, and his unsteady hand, and I felt something shift inside my chest. Not forgiveness entirely. Not yet forgiveness. I have come to believe is not a door you walk through once. It is a road you choose to stay on day after day, even when it is difficult, even when the hurt flares back up without warning. What I felt that morning was not the destination. It was the first step onto the road. "It's a start," I said. My voice was rough and low and full of everything I did not have words for. "It's a real start." Grace squeezed my hand. "What are you going to do?" I looked at the letter one more time. At Derek's name at the bottom of the third page, signed not with the confident signature he used on company documents, but with small, careful letters, the signature of a man who was no longer certain of what his name meant and was trying slowly to find out. "I'm going to write him back," I said. Grace's eyes went bright at the corners. She pressed her lips together, and I could see her fighting the same thing I was fighting, that specific aching warmth that comes when something broken begins against all probability to move toward being whole. "Do you know what you'll say?" she asked. I thought about Margaret sitting Derek down over a broken lamp and a quiet lie. I thought about Tyler appearing at my hospital door every single week with his school projects and his steady eyes. I thought about 40 years of a handwriting I would recognize in the dark. "Yes," I said. "I know exactly what I'll say." I reached for the notepad Grace kept on the kitchen counter for grocery lists, uncapped the pen beside it, and I began. "The morning of January 11th, I put on the same navy shirt and the silver cufflinks Margaret gave me on our 35th anniversary. The same ones I had worn the day I called Derek home for the confrontation that changed everything. Grace noticed immediately when she picked me up. "You wore those the day of the meeting," she said, eyes bright. "I know," I said. "Some things deserve to come full circle." The foundation's offices occupied the 3rd floor of a building on Main Street that Robert had helped me lease in December. The lobby was full: social workers, elder care attorneys, 3 city council members, 2 journalists, and a row of elderly men and women seated near the front, whose faces I did not recognize but whose eyes I understood completely. They were the people this place was built for. Robert stood near the entrance with a folder in his hand and something rare on his face, a smile that reached his eyes. "You ready, Art?" 20 years late, I said, but yes. Grace stepped up to the podium first. She was wearing her dark green blazer, the one she always wore when she meant business. And when she looked out at the room, her eyes were shining, and her jaw was set with the kind of quiet determination that I had come to recognize as her truest expression. "I have sat with people in hospital rooms at 3 in the morning, she said, her voice carrying clearly across the room, who were not afraid of dying. They were afraid of being forgotten. They were afraid of the silence that comes when the people who were supposed to show up stopped showing up. Her voice thickened slightly, but she did not pause. This foundation exists so that silence has somewhere to be broken. I felt my eyes sting sharply. I blinked and kept blinking. Then I felt a hand close around my arm from the right side, a young hand, firm and warm. I turned. Tyler was standing beside me, in a collared shirt, his hair combed back, his jaw carrying the first faint suggestion of the man he was becoming. His eyes were red at the edges. He had been crying recently, or close to it, but he was smiling. A real smile, wide and unguarded, the smile of a 17-year-old boy who had decided to show up. "Grandpa," he said, his voice rough with something he was working to contain. "Dad wanted to be here. He said to tell you he's working on it." My chest clenched so hard I had to breathe twice before I could speak. I put my arm around Tyler's shoulders and pulled him close, and he leaned into me the way children do when they are still young enough to let themselves need someone. "Tell your father," I said, my voice barely holding, "that the door is open." It always was. Tyler nodded against my shoulder. Outside the windows, Houston's January sky was pale and clear and full of light. I had lost a great deal. I had nearly lost more. But standing in that room with Grace at the podium and Robert at the door and my grandson's shoulder warm beneath my arm, I understood with the full clarity of a man who has been broken and chosen to build anyway that this was not an ending. This was the blueprint for everything that came next. Looking back at everything that happened from that cold recovery room at Houston Methodist to that January morning standing beside Tyler in front of the doors of the Callaway Legacy Foundation, I can only say one thing: I was lucky. Not because I was wealthy, not because I won, but because God placed the right person in the right place at exactly the right time, and that person was not my own flesh and blood. That is the most painful truth I have ever had to admit. If you are reading this and you still have aging parents, call them today. Do not wait until they are lying in a hospital bed before you realize how many calls you let go unanswered. Do not be like me, a man who nearly lost everything before he understood that love is not an asset to be inherited. It is something that must be chosen again every single day. My belief is simple: money can build a house, but only presence can build a family. And a family story is never written in a will. It is written in the mornings you choose to stay. This is my grandpa stories, imperfect, unheroic, but completely real. If this grandpa stories touched your heart in any way, please leave a comment below. I read every single one. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it today. And if you want to stay with more family stories like this one, hit subscribe so you never miss another family story when it arrives. Thank you for staying until the very end of this story that means more than you know. A note to our viewers: the stories on this channel contain some fictional elements crafted purely for educational and inspirational purposes. If this type of content is not the right fit for you right now, that is completely okay. Feel free to step away, find content that serves you better, and come back whenever you are ready. This door is always open.